Hail to thee, my kindred. I hope you're all having a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, and night, wherever and whenever you are, as always. Because if you're not, then I'm gonna be sad. And you don't want me to be sad, right? I'll fight whoever's making your day not good, and happy, and wonderful. Throw hands. Straight cuffs, you know? Straight knuckle sandwiches. Anyhow, today's a warm day. It is very warm. Very warm. And I did eat earlier than I ate about around the same time. I feel as though today I'll probably get up around the 3-hour mark and make my food. Viewbot, hail to thee. Here you are. You are here earlier than usual. Usually it takes you a little while to arrive. Look at the game. That was a stutter. We got, instead of Genzo, Orlam here. Things change, but they stay the same, as they say. Whose day? I don't know. Somebody out there. There's like 8 billion people. I'm sure somebody has said that. And many more billions probably dead in the ground, now that I think about it. That's a weird thing to think about. Anyways, yes. It's warm, and I might get up to eat food during like the 3-hour mark, or at least put the damn thing in the toaster oven. It depends how much tummy grumbles I get. You sped through 5 stoplights to watch this. That is very dangerous and kind of impressive at the same time. Don't do that. Do not do that again. Would not want you to just see your vehicle fly away because you just hit like a garbage truck or something. Where were we last time in the story? I'm snapping my fingers. Oh, goodness gracious. My brain is... Today is just deciding not to remember. No remember today. I'll probably remember... Oh, okay. Hold on. Give me like a second. I remember a little bit of the last time. I remember the point we stopped at was actually before. You're not worried about your vehicle? Sure thing. I always have to put the little heads up here so that I can put the start of the VOD, I guess. The start of the gameplay here. So, as always, for the VOD watchers, if there are any things that make you uncomfortable or trigger you, or are a problem when it comes to viewing things, or listening to stories, or both, or playing stories, depending if it's a video game or not, check the description. There's gonna be the link to the game, and all the warnings per arc are gonna be there. I'm giving you a thumbs up. I don't know why. You can't see it. Yes, say hello to the VOD watchers. Alright. Now, where were we? Last time, right. Orlam. We were having a flashback. Orlam's clearly not wanting to be at home because Dad's mad. Which was, something that, made me sad to think about. Because I don't like thinking about these things. And before we got to this point, I'm gonna try and remember last stream. I remember last stream, we went back to the beginning of the, quote-unquote loop, and we decided to go to Orlam's place. Orlam's place is a complete mess, not gonna lie. We hung out with the fellow for a little while. He gave us coffee. We let him just talk his bullshit because, he seemed excited to. And I didn't want to ruin his mood. It was mostly Yuki who advised that we just allow him to do his bullshit. Oh, not last stream, right. I meant the stream. I meant the last stream of this game, not the last stream, like literally, last stream of this game. Yes, last stream, which was yesterday, we did watch videos, we just sat down, chilled out, watched videos, but I'm talking about, like, the last stream of the game, not literally the last stream. Where was I? Right. We let Orlam just yap away, and then Orlam decided he was gonna vomit. It was less a decision and more like he probably drank some bleach and got very sick, as you would imagine a person would get after such an act, which, luckily we had Iggy there to comfort Orlam somewhat at least, and it seemed to have worked. Orlam, unfortunately, I still remember that line of Orlam saying, "I've never had like anyone do this before," and that like kind of that just made me depressed. That made me depressed. After that, we, as in Iggy, went home. Then we woke up the next day. We called Orlam. Orlam didn't pick up because he's probably already in Wonderland. We went to his apartment. There was the 20-something-year-old chick we had to talk to in order to get the key to his apartment. And that was, kind of iffy because that lady would not stop yapping, would not stop giving her opinion about our compatriot here, which might be deserved a little bit, but like that doesn't mean you get to say that you hope a person offs themselves. That's a little much, just a little, as they say, just a little. She opened the door. Orlam's not inside, and I think that's when the flashback happens. Orlam didn't bring his dad the beer on time, so it's understandable. Okay. To settle down. Oh no. Not the freaking. Alright, on with the story. Right, he goes inside. Wow, you have so many toys. Orlam picks at his nose. Don't do that. You'll get a bloody nose like I do all the time. Or maybe not. Maybe you're lucky. I tend to get a bloody nose whenever I pick my nose too much. I don't play with some of them anymore. My parents don't let me have any toys. None? I sit down in the middle of the room, and Orlam follows behind hesitantly. He doesn't respond, instead looking wide-eyed at my shelves of toys and basket of stuffed animals. What do you want to play? I don't know. We can play Town Square, I say, and reach for my box of action figures. I dump them on the floor. What's that? All the guys live in the houses and, talk to each other and stuff. Oh, okay. Let's play house? Yeah, it's like playing house, except Town Square. We are already, thinking communally. Very good. I start placing my little critter in Bernstein Bears pictures books face down on the floor in a circle. See? These are the houses. Orlam picks a Quasimodo figure from the pile, then another small one, and an even smaller one. He looks confused. That one was from a different set, and it was a Happy Meal one. Oh. He looks so sad. Look at him. He looks like a mixture of confused, kind of mad. Just mainly those two feelings, confused and mad. And I feel so bad. But you can take them. They're usually a family. Or you can beat them, sorry. You can beat them. They're usually a family. Okay. He places the trio of Quasimodos in a circle atop one of the picture books. We're gonna see a classic display of something that sometimes is done, I think, when therapists are doing therapy stuff with children, which is they let them play with toys, and usually from how they watch the characters interact, or how, I should say, watching how the child puppets the character and interacts with the characters usually, sometimes displays that maybe something is wrong at the household. Let's go eat some civilians, Orlam. He places a trio of Quasimodos in a circle atop one of the picture books. Now I start sorting through the rest of the figures, assigning them to various groups based on what movie they're from. Orlam watches for a moment, then starts to help. I see him put Lando and Aladdin in one of the houses. I frown. Not like that. Huh? What's wrong? Those two aren't from the same movie. Oh. I pause. Orlam's wringing his hands. He looks really flustered. He picks Lando back up, and I can see him trying to figure out where to put him. Oh, don't tell me he doesn't even get to watch. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. His parents are pretty shitty. I scratch at my bare knee. I guess it's okay. I then smile. You can decide where to put them, okay? This brings his head back up, and I see a small smile start to form again. I can? Sure, it's not like it matters. We can make our own rules. He's beaming now. And I see him go instantly to work with making various groups out of the figures, assigning them to their little houses, deciding what their occupations will be. We spend more time setting them up than we actually do playing. In fact, by the time we have the system of government outlined and have finished cutting out small golden bits of paper to act as money, Orlam's eyes start to droop. I see him yawn. You're tired? We can take a nap. It's okay. Okay. I stand up and step carefully around our extravagant city to reach the bed. I know it's so... It kind of makes me giggle a little bit, the way that it's like, oh, they're setting up their system of governance and all that, and it's like, bro, isn't that so real, though? Like, isn't that so real? Like, you play with your action figures, and it's like, I'm gonna make a little town, a little village, and they're gonna be like, this is the king, and these are the guards, and whatever. Come on, you can even hold Pink Bunny. Pink Bunny? Like from that one RPG game I played a little while ago? And forgot to finish? Oh my god, I forgot I have to finish. No, I did finish it. Never mind. What am I talking about? I almost forgot that I did in fact finish the other game that I was just talking about. "5 minutes later sees us curled up atop the sheets, breeze from the overhead fan playing with our hair. They're so small. I mean, they're children, but like, they're so small. Orlam's holding Pink Bunny against his chest. He rubs his head again and again. Have you done the social studies homework yet? I shake my head. Not yet. Then, I hate it. It's so boring. I always do it last. Mrs. Akers scares me. I do it first so that I don't forget. Silence. I see Orlam's gaze fall to the mattress. His eyes flutter shut, then back open, focusing back on me. Does Genzo ever talk about me? What do you mean? A shrug. Just wondering. Genzo talks about everyone. A smile. Yeah, that's true. Then, he's pretty cool, isn't he? Yeah, he's pretty cool. Orlam buries his chin in the top of Pink Bunny's head, fingers curling into the fluff of his torso. I feel my eyelids start to sink. I'm tired too. And the heat isn't helping. Oh, brother, I feel you. Last night, I woke up from a nightmare like an hour and a half after I woke up because I felt overheated. Whenever I get overheated in my sleep, I just, like, have a nightmare. Is something crazy gonna happen here, too? Are you gonna push Orlam down the stairs? I really hope we don't. I don't think, Iggy's that type of person, but Iggy certainly didn't help when and I know you're referring to Genzo's little accident, but just there's no Genzo here to poke fun at Orlam, so I imagine we're not gonna be doing anything horrible to poor Orlam. The fan, the overhead fan is sending lovely brushes of wind against my cheeks. A series of pounding knocks from downstairs jerks me from my reverie. I half sit up, face skewed in confusion, listening. Well, Mama's probably knocking. Across from me, Orlam is squeezing Pink Bunny onto his chest with a worried frown. I hear the front door open, the warm timbre of my mother's voice followed by the harsh bark of a man's. I can't make out what they're saying. Then there's footsteps on the stairs. Looks like fucking Papa's coming to collect his kid. We've all been through this. Sharp and purposeful. The door to my house swings open. Daddy? Orlam sits up, voice cracking. Get the fuck out of here. Do you have any idea how long your mother and I have been looking for you? Orlam winces. Starts to slide himself off the bed. I'm sorry, His dad grabs his wrist and yanks him off the rest of the way, nearly sending him tumbling to the floor. George? George! My mother's voice from the hallway. She's coming up the steps. Is this really necessary? They were just... Orlam's dad storms out of the room. Orlam is in tow. When my son is here, you fucking let me know. Okay, George. Where's our dad? Where's Iggy's dad? Because if I was Iggy's dad, I'd have a fucking word or two with this man real quick about the way he's talking to... like, my wife. It's like, bro, you don't talk to her like that, alright? Settle down. They disappear from view, but I hear them on the stairs, loud and angry, before just as quickly fading into nothingness out of the front door. Here and out in about 30 seconds. You think Iggy has a dad? Yeah, Iggy does have a dad. His parents... Have you seen Iggy? We literally know he has a dad. What are you his parents' house. We've... When he refers to his parents' house, it's parents' house, as in they're together. Probably, if I'm remembering correctly. Have you seen Iggy? Shut up. Shut up, Viewbot. Just like the tornado that took off our roof when I was in 2nd grade. I sit quietly on the edge of the bed. Pink Bunny is lying on the floor, and his head has knocked over the smallest Quasimodo. Jackass, I hear my mother mutter to herself out in the hall. Then, Iggy, the food will be ready in 10. Could you come set the table? Okay, Mom. I push myself off the bed and pad toward the door. Fucking... Hey, shitty parents, bro. It's getting dark by the time I take the bus back to my apartment. It's quiet and empty, and the world outside the windows looks exceptionally black, juxtaposed with the brilliant white fluorescent reflecting off the blue plastic seats. I stare unmoving at the opposite wall, body jerking with each turn of the wheel or tap of the brakes. And then the bus nears my stop. I let it pass in silence. I don't even glance up at the button. We keep moving, gliding through the night like a shuttle cutting through the nothingness of space. I chew on the inside of my cheek. Another stop. The driver keeps rolling without as so much as a pause, as though he'd never considered stopping in the first place. Let's adopt a kid and be shitty to them? No! Never. You're a horrible person, View. You're a horrible person. My legs swing beneath the seat as we round the corner to the right, engine humming against the walls. We're almost there. I hit the button and stand up. And in a few more blocks, when the bus finally does grind to a halt, I step out the door. It's dark. Dark and cold. The bus chugs away, leaving me standing in the circle of the light beneath the bus stop lamp. Where the hell am I? But with only a quick sweep of my surroundings, I know I'm there. The development close to my folks' old house, just south of the outcropping of woods that somehow hasn't been built over it even after all these years. See? My folks, as in multiple. My palm tingles, a pinprick like scratching that jumps from one nerve ending to the next and makes my fingers twitch. I curl my arms around my chest in an effort to dull the growing spark. Why did I get off here? And why does it all feel so familiar? I begin walking, melting into the night. The scattered houses like towering shadows against the light polluted sky. I walk and walk and walk until I reach a gap. The gap. Like the store? The one leading straight back into the vacuum of the forest beyond. I don't even stop. Already tromping across the uneven track. Somehow, this isn't new to me at all. And neither is the glint of orange floating over about shoulder height in front of the trees. I stop for a moment, hair prickling upwards and on the back of my neck, and feel my fingers instinctively curl in toward my palm. So Iggy's dad just didn't feel like playing catch with him. Or he was, at work, like normal people. Then march forward, heels digging into the grass. Hey! Gunzo doesn't even have a chance to turn at the sound of my voice before I grab him by the shoulder. Holy fuck! I feel his entire body tense beneath my grip. I swear to God, I've only got $5 on me, and I have the and I have the worst hygiene regimen you've ever seen, so I'd be the last person you'd want for a new skin suit. I roll my eyes and spin him around. Have you heard from Orlam? Genzo pauses a moment, cocks his head, then brightens. Oh, Iggs, it's you! Next time, make yourself sound less like a homicidal maniac. I don't say anything. It's actually funny. I half feel like I expected you to show up. How weird is that? Here I am doing who the fuck knows what. Then you show up doing who the fuck knows what. It's almost poetic, really. A quixotic tryst of Sibylline fuckery. I asked if you've heard from Orlam. Genzo pushes his glasses up in his nose, smile unwavering. How long have you known me for, Iggs? Would I be in this sanguine mood if his unique brand of nightmare fuel had seeped within 5 feet of me today? I reach forward before I can stop myself. Grabbing the collar of his jacket and yanking him up on his toes. He's missing! He's a little mad. Ganzo's sunglasses slide down on his nose, and I see him blink up at me in unfocused concern. This quickly fades, his lips curling up into a grin. Damn, is it my birthday? How else could I get that lucky? I groan in aggravation and push him away. You could show even a hint of concern for once. Genzo smooths down the front of his jacket. Iggy, he ain't 5. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. If he's not at home, he's probably shacked up in some shithole hotel paying to get his dick sucked. We just saw him 2 days ago. I'm not worried. I press my lips together. No, he wouldn't know. How could he know? And even if he did know, he wouldn't care. I mean, I wouldn't go ahead and say that. I mean, he may care less. That much, I think, is True, but I don't think he just wouldn't care. I think he'd just care a little less because his relation with Orlam is, not good. I bite down on my tongue. I can feel the anger that had been fizzling just beneath my consciousness begin bubbling up toward the surface. Well, maybe, Genzo cuts me off, tapping a finger against his lips. He was also doing who the fuck knows what, and just like us, danced his squirrely little fuckboy feet here. Or there, really. I mean, it is awfully serendipitous, don't you think? Despite his tone, his words do give me pause. I find myself turning my gaze towards the darkness of the woods. You mean there? Well, I don't mean the Vatican City. I scratch the back of my head, curl my toes inside my shoes. Do you think we should go check? You ask as if both of us weren't planning to go already. He's right. Fuck, he's right. I bring a sweaty palm to my forehead, taking a moment to close my eyes. Why the fuck does this feel so familiar? What's even worse is that some part of me is scared to death. Like a muffled voice in the back of my head screaming at me to turn around, head back to my apartment, lock the door behind me. But I can't. Already I'm moving toward the trees. Already I'm crossing the threshold between light and dark. I need to find Orlam. Make sure he's okay. Except that it's more than that, and even I know it. Well, let's go then? I finally say, my voice shuddering. Lead the way. This is a good example of how, depending on, and this is gonna take me a little bit to kind of formulate the words. If we would have gone through Orlam stuff first and then met Genzo, we would have just thought of him as just like some big asshole. And we kind of get a little bit of that even with like flashbacks when we were just with him in the first two arcs. But now that it's like now that we've gone through Genzo stuff, kinda, for the most part, I assume, and now we're kinda we went through a little bit of Gidget, the relations between Gidget and Iggy, and now we're kinda, I guess, focusing on this arc in the relationship between Iggy and Orlam. His comments would have been more grating if we had not, gone through the things we had gone through at first with Genzo. And this is like, I forget the word for that, but it's like I guess bias is one way to put it, right? We have a bias towards liking Genzo and know that he's generally a good guy. But if we were to have like gone through the stuff with Orlam first, we would have thought of him as just like a big asshole. Perspective, I guess, is one way to put it, right? I throw a final glance at the black void between the trees, then step inside. The air instantly cools. It's damp, chill. It's a damp chill, the kind that sticks to your skin and weighs down your chest. I press forward through the scattered brush, using my hands to keep from walking face first into a tree. Gelato learned the power of perspective. Yeah, but I was just thinking a more specific word. I can't, there was some word I remember getting used for this kind of thing, but perspective is good enough. I can hear Genzo's cane whipping through the grass and snapping against the bark behind me. The sound of it grinds on my nerves, and when it happens to whack my ankle on time, I snap back at him. Hey, watch it! Sorry, Jesus. I bite down on my tongue, then plow forward faster, somehow not even caring about the trees and branches scratching at my cheeks. My body seems to remember which direction to go. I reach forward, seeking out the bark of the next tree, only this time, when my fingers touch the jagged edges, it sends a spark all the way up my arm and into the back of my throat. I stop. Genzo's cane whaps against my ankles again, and he stops too. We here? Yeah, I answer, breath strangely ragged. The biggest tree in the forest, its base like a giant boulder choked with winding roots. I let my fingers trace across its surface, and as I circle around, careful not to trip on the gnarled outgrowths. Sorry, just had to take a sip of coffee there. Halfway around, oh no, small little bit went down the wrong pipe. Halfway around, my hand hits air. I come to a halt. The familiar edges are there, the rounded gap in the side, the hollow echo of the stagnant air, and the far-off scent of something sweet. It's open. I take a step back and hear Genzo approach. Jesus. My whole body is crackling with energy now. Even the breeze seems to have shifted, everything moving toward the hole in the side of the tree. When was the last time... Genzo's voice is a whisper. I don't remember. I throw a glance at Genzo. I can just make him out through the darkness. He's got a hand curled up under his hat, nails scratching at his scalp. I lick my lips, scratch at my arm. Something feels wrong. Like, really wrong. And I can't tell if it's just because of the hole in the tree or the thought that Orlam might have gone inside said hole in the tree. I stare down into the hole. This is all feeling way too familiar. If he really did go in there, he could be hurt, or worse. My voice hitches. Iggy, it's basically a magical playground for kids. What's the worst it could do to him? Force him to sit in the corner? I'd be more worried about him completely fucking the place up with his freaky deaky fetishes. I don't know why I said it like that. I did not expect the word fetishes, which is why I kinda... my brain did not read very correctly there. This makes me wince. Not just because Genzo's being an asshole again, but also because the words ping something inauspicious deep in the back of my brain. Like two long-lost synapses finally finding each other and zapping to life. Fantashes, yeah. My bad, alright, my bad. My growing cloud of worry morphs into a storm. Still, I move forward toward the hole, popping a squat among the weeds. There's that scent again, soft, sweet, like the tempting aroma of a candy store. It curls up inside my nostrils. I grab the rounded edges and peek inside, leaning forward on my toes. You're going inside, aren't you? Genzo from behind. It's phrased as a question, but I can tell it's not. Not really, at least. I just don't feel like we have much choice. Can't argue with you there. I just kneel there a moment, gazing down into the dark blackness of the hole. There's something both terrifying and exciting about it, like standing atop of one of those glass bridges and staring down at the ground hundreds of feet below your shoes. We can make our own rules. I don't know why that specific part of my earlier memory leaps back into my brain, but all of a sudden the walls inside the tree seems to be vibrating with the words, like an echo from deep down below. You still there, Iggs? Huh? I turn my head to look back, but whack my forehead on the top of edge of and lose my balance. I land with the bruise-inducing thud on my shins and let out a string of four-letter words. The last thing I hear as I begin to sway forward is Genzo's half-amused, "Well, I guess that answers that question," before toppling straight into the hole. The darkness swallows me. I'm falling. wind whips my hair, my shirt summoning water to my eyes. My stomach feels like it's been sucked straight into my bowels. And on and on and on and on. Complete nothingness surrounds me, consuming me. But there's a strange sense of familiarity in the darkness too. Almost like an old friend is welcoming me back. It's both a comfort and strangely powerful feeling. This place, our place, a place where we belonged, where I belonged, away from the all-seeing eyes of society. Iggy. I opened my eyes. That voice again. Again? Yes, again. It's been waiting for me. What do you want, Iggy? What do I want? What kind of question is that? What do you wish for more than anything else in the world? I don't know. I think about my life. About my clients and the work awaiting for me at home. About my parents, my friends, Bucks and Hanar, Gidget and Genzo. Orlam with his head shoved inside the toilet. And I clench my eyes shut tighter. Everyone wants something from me. Just leave me alone. I don't want anything. My fingers are starting to tingle. First, tiny nibbles of numbness, then bubbling into incessant zaps of electricity. Up, up, up my arms they go, growing and growing into my chest, into my stomach, shooting down into my legs. And loud, so loud I can't hear, I can't think. Just when I think I can't take it anymore, my mind goes blank. Allow me to move my microphone a little bit. It needs to be rearranged. Yeah, this is good enough. I'll just kinda hold it a little bit so that it doesn't drift away. Iggy, there's something soft below me. A furry warmth curled up and nested against my back like an oversized lumber pillow. Iggy! What a strange dream! I almost feel like I've been sleeping for a long, long time. What's the point of waking up now, though? Let the world keep on spinning without me for a few more minutes. I roll over with a groan. For fuck's sake, Eggs, you're gonna get yourself buried in there. My eyes snap open. This isn't my bed. This isn't my room. And that definitely wasn't a dream. I let my gaze toward the pile of stuffed animals I'm currently curled up on. A sad gray rabbit with droopy ears is staring up at me. Oh. And I blink in silence. And until a shadow overtakes my view. And I look up to see the familiar orange-capped head. Don't tell me that fall knocked a few screws loose. You're looking at that rabbit as though it's about to start talking. I blink, from Genzo to the rabbit, then back at Genzo. Wait. I jump to my feet. Or perhaps stumble would be a better word, considering the way my legs almost buckle beneath me. I hold my head, waiting for the room to stop spinning before attempting to walk. Easy on the sudden movements there, bud. Genzo just laughs and brings a hand up to my shoulder for support. I barely register what he says, my attention more focused on our surroundings. The hardwood floor, the rounded windows, the crackling fire. Everything is the same as I remember. Even the table is still covered with half-eaten cookies and cake from our final feast. Fuck, is all I can say. Stole the word right out of my mouth. Genzo gives me a corroborative pat on the back. I take a step toward the table, then towards the stove. Then stop. Is Orlam here? I begin twisting my head back and forth. Genzo rolls his eyes. How the hell am I supposed to know? But I don't acknowledge his response, instead already busy in my search. I check out all 3 sets of windows. Nothing. Out the door, nothing. I even checked beneath the fucking table as though he would somehow possibly be hiding there. But he's nowhere to be found. If he's as scrawny as I myself am, he may be hiding in a shelf. I myself can fit myself into one of those little half lockers, you know? You know those like high school lockers where they have the full lockers, but there are some that have the half lockers? I can fit myself in the half lockers. And I'm assuming, you know, Arlam, you know, he's skinny. He's a skinny guy. I think he might be a little bit taller than me. Yeah, he's like 2.5 inches taller than me. But I bet he could still fit himself in the half locker. But he's nowhere to be found. My shoulders sag for just a moment, then rise. Perhaps he left some sort of clue for us. I restart my search with a renewed vigor, this time checking the shelves and cupboards behind the door and furniture. Genzo watches me the entire time, arms curled across his chest. Iggy, seriously. You know, you could be helping, I huff as I push myself back up and from checking under the bed. 1. Genzo begins counting on his fingers. I don't fucking care. 2. I don't fucking care. And 3. I really don't fucking care. Pre, you took a pee-pee break. What does that even mean? What's that even mean, Viewbot? I'm a little more concerned about figuring out what the fuck's going on here than I am about Freckles McFuckface. He continues simply watching me as I move from a set of cupboards filled with boxes of cookies to a crooked chest of drawers. Dust and moths, and who knows what else escapes in a cough-inducing cloud that gets sucked straight into my lungs as I open first one drawer, then another. I blink back the water that springs in my eyes. They're all empty. All empty except... I yank open the bottom one and hear a whole pile of cylindrical objects go rolling at the force. Crayons? There's hundreds of them, and they clatter and rattle against each other with the movement of the drawer. That's interesting. I grab a handful. All of them look like they've been used. They've seen use, some even worn down to nubs, and see more flashes of color beneath where they lay. Drawings. Pages and pages of them. I drop the crayons back and start extricating the papers instead. Extricating. Oh, the hell is that? Genzo wonders over. Somebody's drawings. Well, I can see that. I'm not He stops. I stop. Then I look up at him. I've only just noticed he's not wearing his sunglasses. Oh. Genzo turns away, hands to his hat, and massaging his scalp underneath. It's, you know, the wish and all. It's just a temporary thing. I blink, look down at the drawings, look back up at Genzo. It's actually weird now that I think about it. I haven't even noticed. Almost like I'd expected it. The thought elicits a gurgle of unease from my belly. I shake my head to force it away. It's no big deal, I laugh. I mean, what else were you gonna wish for, right? Right. Anyway, help me get these over to the table. Sure. The two of us gather up as many of the drawings as we can from the bottom of the drawer, dumping them on top of the table. Cookie and cake crumbles go tumbling to the floor in the process. The drawings are crude, to say the least. But from the splash of orange decorating most of them, it's clear who made them. I guess, you know, Orlam likes orange. He is a bit of a ginger, you know? I didn't know Orlam was an artist. Genzo bites down on his lip as though holding in laughter. When did he do all these, though? I don't remember any of us doing any drawing during our trips here. Maybe he came by himself? Genzo scratches his forehead. And nothing keeps us from coming whenever we wanted. A pause. Not that I ever came by myself, he turns away with an unsettled cough. Of course you didn't. I feel my own cheeks heat up. I'd, come by myself more than a few times. Sometimes just to get away from things. To have a place to myself to think. To escape. To shout at the top of my lungs where no one could hear me. But I'd never thought about the others, if they'd done similar things. I turned my gaze back at the drawings. There's so many of them. Most of them sporting Orlam and the rabbits, playing outside, going on picnics, reading stories in bed. It makes sense that Orlam is probably the person who'd come here the most out of all of us. I mean, he's the one with the shit parents, you know? Not saying that everybody else's parents were like, you know, sunshine and rainbows, but like, you know, it's kind of hard to one-up Orlam's parents in terms of shittiness, from what little we know. We know that, Buxley's parents are religious, to the point of, like, kind of being pushy about the whole have kids thing. But that, you know, that could be, you could boil that down to, like, literally any parent ever. We know a little bit about, you know, Iggy's parents. We don't really know about Genzo's parents all that much at all. I don't think we've really had anything mentioned, nor Gidget's. Shitty parents is just a black eye. I'm about to give you a black eye, Viewbot. More than one. Actually, multiple, all over your body. A good number of others are simply of a single brown rabbit with droopy ears. Not a Wonderland rabbit, a normal rabbit. Drawings of it smiling, sleeping, eating leaves, some of them with Orlam and the rabbits, holding it, petting it, feeding it. Aw, Orlam wanted a pet rabbit as a kid. Guy really loved that rabbit. And I fingered through the pile, moving more into view. Hey, isn't this you? I point at one of Orlam and what looks like Genzo holding hands with a smiling sun overhead. Isn't that sweet? I say with a grin. Genzo scowls and shoves it away, so hard it flutters to the floor. Stupid. Do we give him a hard time about it? I mean... I do wonder, like, why exactly he's so... Like, I understand as kids, like, when you're a kid, you know, like, I understand as kids why he'd be kind of a shithead, but I don't know why, like, he'd continually just be so aggressive toward them. Is it just because Orlam grew up to be kind of a creepy guy, you know, kind of like a sleazy guy, you know? Like, I don't know, and I don't know enough about the relation between these two, other than Genzo was kind of shit towards, you know, Orlam, and Orlam was always trying to stick around Genzo, and I guess that annoyed Genzo. You never just not like someone for no reason. I've definitely had a situation where I've, you know, had a person around me that just very much I found annoying, but I, you know, wasn't an absolute fucking dickhead to them, you know? Like, and if anybody here can learn to be more chill, it'd be me. I mean, it'd be, I meant to say that I'm gonna give him a hard time about it, cause like, come on, Genzo. Come on, like, we here, Iggy and Genzo, are the most mentally stable of the two. Please be a little more chill. And I can't help the twinge of amusement playing with my thoughts. Did you save? Shiza. It doesn't matter. I bet we could, we cannot go back, never mind. Forgot to save there, but that's okay. I can't help the tingle of amusement playing with my thoughts. Oh, come on, it's cute! Genzo just grunts. It's dumb is what it is. I start poking him in the shoulder, lips curling into a playful grin. Holy cooked. He loves you. He wants to date you. Genzo's eyes flash. Just fucking drop it, okay? I pulled back, returning the frown. Fine, whatever. Then roll my eyes and go back to my rifling. There's more and more drawings, so many of them. Holy shit. I stop on one of a tall figure holding the brown rabbit in the air. Beneath the figure is a tiny Orlam with tears running down his face. Genzo and I just stare at it, and I keep going. The drawings are getting weirder. Lots of black, lots of blue, lots of scribbles of Orlam crying. Yeah, this is a thing kids do. I know this a little bit from, like, you know, not psychology classes or anything like that, but yeah, I like to watch stuff on, you know, human psychology, and kids do this. This is one of the ways they kind of cope, I guess. They just draw stuff about the world and how they understand it, or how they may want it to be, or how, you know, it simply is. They just kind of deal with it. Of this tall figure from earlier with its hands raised, and another shorter figure looking at the ground with a giant frown. Of the shorter figure standing in a pool of red. I reach the final drawing, and suck in my breath. It's nothing but jagged red and black scribbles. He'd attacked the paper so hard it actually torn in places. I can see upraised mounds of wax where pieces of the crayon had become lodged in resulting grooves. Genzo and I don't say anything. I let my hand fall back to my side with a slump. Well, that went from 0 to fucked a little too quickly for my taste. I don't respond. I don't know what to say. All I know is there's a big cold stone forming in my gut. I'm not able to dwell on it long, however, because at that moment the sound of footsteps interrupt my thoughts. Heavy, march-like, steady and methodical. I throw a glance at Genzo, then dash toward the window. Genzo follows suit. Soon, both of us have our fingers in the sill and our heads squeezed inside the round frame, eyes seeking out the source of the sound. By the way, when I clicked the option that said, you know, give him a hard time, I didn't think it meant, like, poking fun at Genzo. I thought it meant, like, a little chastising, you know? Just a little bit. Genzo follows suit, and soon both of us have our fingers on the sill and our heads squeezed inside the rounded frame, eyes seeking out the source of the sound. They come 2 by 2, boots bruising the dirt, long ears bouncing left and right. They round the curve of the well-trimmed path, kicking up dust with each synchronous step. Hey, aren't those the rabbits? Wait a minute. Rabbits? Something dings in my head. A strange connection I hadn't even known was there. Something about the rabbits and Orlam. Yes, there's definitely a connection there. Yeah, actually, yeah. It's kind of no wonder he has the rabbits as his guards. He likes rabbits, so yeah. Instead of normal people guards, he has rabbit guards. What I don't know, but it's enough to propel me to my feet and toward the door. Maybe they know where Orlam is, I say as I bring my hand into the doorknob. But I don't have the chance to twist it before I'm shoved backwards and into the wall. Are you out of your fucking mind? Genzo huffs, his fingers curled into the fabric of my shirt. You can't go out there. Those things will murder you. I feel my jaw tighten. And why the hell would they murder me? We used to play with them all the time back in the day. Genzo blinks, and I see the side of his mouth twitch, and he draws a glance towards the door. Because I just know, okay? I have a really, really bad feeling about those rabbits in particular. He swallows hard. Oh, you have a bad feeling, do you? Maybe because you'd be doing something nice for Orlam for once, isn't it? Let me reread that again. Oh, you have a bad feeling, do you? Maybe because you'd be doing something nice for Orlam for once, is that it? And your brain just can't take it. I push back against Genzo with enough force that it throws him off guard, and he takes a step back. His eyes go wide, then turn sharp. Another twitch. This has fuck all to do with Orlam, okay? I'm just trying to keep us from getting killed. Okay, let's just be, you know... a little chill. Sorry, guess you're right. I wince. I bring a hand to my head. Okay, maybe I am being a bit ridiculous at this point. Somehow I just can't stop thinking about Orlam though. This desperate need to make sure he's alright. Sorry, I guess you're right, I finally say. I'm just a little worried is all. Genzo's eyes soften, and I see the tension leave his shoulders. Hey, it's fine, you know? We're both a little, on edge. All of a sudden, the footsteps outside come to a halt. Both of our gazes shoot toward the door. Genzo blinks once, and then dashes towards it, back pressed up against the wood in an act that I can only imagine is to safeguard against someone opening it. I follow laughter, and we both slide down to our seats, just listening with our ears to the door. Yeah, listen, if we knew that the one rabbit leading this particular troop of rabbits wasn't literally schizoing out, tweaking off that fentanyl, maybe I would be fine with like going out there and saying hello, but not this one, you know? Let's wait for like the next troop to come around, you know? There's voices, and not far away either. I lick my lips as a bead of sweat trickles down beneath my collar. And I just sit there. We just sit there, listening, waiting. I see Genzo's brows furrow as he attempts to make out the words. They're shouting now. I can't make everything out clearly, but someone's mad. Really mad. By the way, Gelato, is it okay if you bring crack later? I can't stop you if you do, but I would suggest you don't. And then, squishy thuds. Again and again. I wince with each one, and at an especially sharp crack, Genzo's hands leap up, coming down on my thighs. I stare down at it, my throat going tight. It's instinctive, no doubt, but still, the sight of his fingers there digging into my skin, so close to... I squeeze my eyes shut. And at that moment, there's a final deafening crack, a shout, before the marching begins anew. As it gets further and further away, I see Genzo's gaze drop, then dart towards his hands. There's a moment of silence, before he jerks it away, almost as though having touched a hot poker. Sorry, he sputters, looking up and away. There is something about that look. The skyward glance of pained restraint, and the proximity of our bodies. I blink, and for just a second, the room goes dark, and Genzo is closer, much closer. So close I can hear his heartbeat, so close I can smell the scent of his jacket, so close my lips are... The image vanishes, and I'm back in the cottage, hand at my chest and fingers curled tight in the fabric of my shirt. I look at Genzo. He looks at me. I know he felt it too. But just as quickly as the feeling had overtaken me, it's gone. I huff and turn away, arms curled across my chest. This isn't the time to be letting my thoughts run away from me. This place is... weird enough as it is. And we have more important things to focus on. Like figuring out what the fuck is even going on. And finding Orlam. If he really is here. He has to be here. There's no way he's... I don't give myself the chance to finish that thought. I shake my head. Give my hair a tussle. Genzo just turns his head away and with a grumble. Should we get going then, or what? Yeah, let's just go. We walk out the door in silence. Things are gonna be awkward this time around between Genzo and, Inigi. God damn. The two of us are standing over the dead body of one of the rabbit guards. It looks like he's been bludgeoned to death, which would explain the sounds we heard from inside the cottage. It's fascinating, really. The way his head is dented inward, the way his veiny eyes bulge half out of his skull, the way the blood congeals in his fur in thick, dark clumps. Yuki would love these descriptions. Not something you see every day, I muse. Yeah, unless you're a serial killer, Genzo squawks. He's kneading his cap between his fingers, eyes twitching. He glances at me with a cock of his brow. You done oogling the flayed corpse there, Iggs? I snap out of my daze with a shake of my head, not even realizing I'd been staring. Just, grossing me out is all. Rightfully so, and rightfully so. Genzo tugs his cap back over his tousled hair. Let's, keep moving then, shall we? He looks first to the left, then to the right. I say we go, this way. Something inside me snaps. Oh, so you get to make all the decisions now, do you? Genzo furrows brow. Genzo furrows his brow. God damn it, Iggs. What's wrong with you? I was only suggesting we don't follow the homicidal rabbits, but go off. Hop off, my king. What the fuck? I blink. I did it again. Where did that even come from? Why should I care what direction we go in? It feels like literally everything is setting me off. Sorry, I rub at my eyes. There's a strange residual heat dancing in my chest from the receding flash of anger. That's fine, yeah, let's go that way. Genzo looks at me for a moment longer, chewing on the inside of his cheek. What about the outside? That's not possible, but you know. Then starts off down that path. I follow after him. It's quiet as we walk. The tall cluster of fiery red corridor, the clusters of fiery red corridor us as the river of dirt redirects us left and right like the waters in a canyon. Above us, the sky glitters a sunny orange, and on our either side, strange flowers of blues, purples, and teals dot the grass between the trees. I catch Genzo glancing at me. What? He turns back to the front, shrugs. I guess I almost hesitate to ask, but what do you wish for? I blink, then frown. Nothing, you know. Nothing, I finally say. Nothing? I don't know. I couldn't think of anything. I don't want anything. God damn, Mr. Perfect over here, Genzo laughs. Here I had about 50 different things I could have wished for. And I don't respond. Even now, I can't think of what I could possibly want. To make sure Orlam's alright? But that's less of a want and more of a need? Like, I just seriously need to make sure he's okay. Make sure he's not, you know. I let the thought trail off as my eyes drift towards the surrounding trees. As for myself, though, I just don't really care enough about my life, about things, about, myself. True, so real. I chew on the inside of my cheek. The guilt is tickling the back of my neck again. You should have cared, my inner voice hisses. That's your problem, and now you've let everything get fucked up. And that anger again. But this time I quell it with a huff. We round another corner, and this time, the path opens up into a small clearing. I'm gonna try and only be angry at Genzo when it, like, counts, you know what I mean? When it's appropriate. An outcropping of rocks overlooks a small pond at the other end. From it peeks a flow of miniature waterfall, light reflecting off the steady drizzle. I take a step toward the pond, only for Genzo to grab the back of my shirt. He quickly tugs me back behind the tree. 2 seconds later, a rabbit soldier appears, his nose twitching and his eyes searching the ground. I freeze, eyes wide, the Two of us just watching the rabbit in silence. This is... fuck, I know this. I definitely know this. Images blurred of blurred trees, of racing steps, are flashing through my brain. Genzo must be feeling something too because his arm tightens around me. Possessively almost. But rather than providing comfort, it just makes me scowl. I don't need your protection. I can take care of myself. Oh, trust me, Iggy. You very much need his protection. This isn't be mean to Genzo run. Like I said, only when appropriate. I shall incur my wrath, or I suppose Iggy's wrath, onto Genzo. I jerk away, but must misjudge the amount of force required because the momentum sends me stumbling forward and from the safety of the trees. My ass hits the dirt no more than 10 feet in front of the rabbit. Iggy! I hear Genzo shout from behind me as I attempt to scramble back to my feet, but the rabbit is already staring at me, looming over me. God damn, is he tall! I suddenly feel incredibly small. The rabbit's head cocks first left, then right. His ears twitch. Who are you? He finally demands. I start to bring my hands up, hoping to somehow wave myself off, and then change my mind. You know what? I don't need this shit. This is our world. I'm not gonna let some old rabbit do as he pleases. I bring my index finger up and start to march forward. But I'm unable to finish. Genzo rushes out of the trees and yanks me back behind him with such force it momentarily jolts the air out of my lungs. Oh, come on, Genzo, come on! That one time Iggy's starting to well, I guess it's technically the first time. The first time would have been in the last loop where he decided to whack two rabbits with a rake, and that didn't work, so... I'm just saying, I want to see Iggy pop off a little bit. Just a little! Genzo rushes out of the trees and yanks me back behind him with such force it momentarily jolts the air out of my lungs. He puts his hands up like some sort of football quarterback ready to hike. We're just, passing through, nothing to see here, he tries. But the rabbit doesn't seem to be buying it. He blinks, just staring at Genzo. Then his eyes dilate, widen. His ears go straight. You know, I was almost hoping Genzo would stay behind the tree because it's Genzo that they're looking for, technically, right? It's technically him. So we could have just, talked our way out of this, possibly. Wait a minute, you're that fella the king told us to watch out for, he chuckles. And you've got yourself a little dish, too. This must be my lucky day, a promotion and a treat. Maybe not, I forgot that they eat people. Forgot about the eating people part. He raises his spear with a slobber, points it straight at us, then charges. It happens before I can process it. 1 second, I'm standing behind Genzo, and the next, something yanks my wrist with such force, it's a wonder my shoulder doesn't pop clean out of its socket. I'm pulled out of the way of the charging rabbit just before the spear could have gone clean through my belly. I stumble forward, nearly toppled against Genzo's shoulder. Then his fingers clamp even tighter around my wrist as he takes off down the path, dragging me with him. Genzo, I choke out, barely managing to keep up. But he doesn't stop. Can't stop apparently because when both of us throw a glance back, we see the rabbit already after us, circling back around and renewing his charge. Fuck. The path leads out of the forest and down along a river, the water whizzing by on our right. We're going so fast, we don't even notice the roadblock until it's too late. Genzo hits it first. I hear him give a startled oomph right before I slam into the fleshy wall next to him. Both of us fall backward to the ground. What the fuck? It's a giant slab of pink flesh around about waist high, just sitting there, blocking the entire road. And it's wet. Slopping. Soaping, I meant to say, not slopping. It looks like I start, only for Genzo's yelp to tear my attention back to the rabbit behind us. Up. Genzo shrieks and pulls me to my feet, fingers clawing my shirt and practically throwing me up and onto the porous mass. I go head over heels, landing with a moist flop on my back. Damn, how strong is Genzo, and how light is frickin' Iggy to just get yeeted like that? Holy. And just as I attempt to sit up, Genzo follows. Clambering up so quickly, he loses his balance and crashes straight into me. This fucking plop. This is a funny image. Just... I slam back into the oozing ground with a splattering oomph, Genzo's full weight coming down on top of me. Fuck my life, I hear Genzo mutter. But he doesn't move for a second. And as I'm lying there, I can feel my heart start to pick up. Because I can feel him. His weight keeping me pinned. His legs straddling my hips. I squeeze my eyes shut. All at once, memories of junior high are flashing back up into my mind and making my chest clench and my mouth dry. What if he... I don't let myself finish that thought. Panic getting the best of me, I shove up and against my shoulders with an exasperated huff. Get off! Genzo groans and starts pushing himself on his knees, but it's not fast enough for me. I give him another shove, voice sharper than I intended. Get off! This jolts him, and he jerked backwards so fast he slips back to the ground with a splat. I push myself onto my elbows and see him turn away, cough, his face red. Sorry, fuck, I just... the air got kicked out of me for a sec. My mouth moves before I can stop it. Well, maybe you should watch where you're fucking going. He winces. Looks at me. Then toward the ground. Yeah, sorry. He rubs his palm against his eyes, and I see him mouth what looks like a multiple rapid-fire rounds of fuck. But at this point, I'm beyond caring. We have more important things to be worrying about. My gaze goes first towards the rabbit. He's just standing there at the edge of the flesh slab, spear rigid and eyes sharp. He's not following us. So I let my eyes wander further, following the pink nodules of the ground back and around and up toward the cliff face. That's when I see it. There, sitting in the side of the cliff, is the largest fucking eyeball I've ever seen in my entire life. It's round and wet, sitting there as though perched atop a throne. I don't want to go through the sloppy sounds again, but here we go, you know? And upon our movement, its oversized pupils swivel with an almost audible rumble to stare straight at us. I think this is a tongue, I groan, lips twisting in disgust. We love this part? We? Us? We as in you. You alone. You've gotta be fucking kidding me. I throw a final look back at the rabbit to make absolutely sure he's not following us, then push myself shakily to my feet and try to take a step. Come on, let's just try to get across. My walking across the gelatinous surface turns out to be akin to walking across a waterbed, and a very gooey waterbed. I promptly slip and fall face first into the pink pulp. Saliva gushes up and through the jiggling pores. Next to me, Genzo is crawling forward on all fours, his face betraying his disgust. He turns toward me for a second, almost as though about to say something. Then he must decide against it, because I can see him wince and jerk his head forward. I turn my own attention back to my hands and the way my fingers are sinking into the tongue's flesh. Bile quickly rises to the back of my throat. Disgusting. I shake my head and keep going. I keep my eyes trained forward as I crawl, trying not to look or think about the viscosity seeping up beneath my fingernails. It's slow going, but we're making headway. Halfway there, halfway across the vast ocean of pink. We just need to keep moving. At that moment, the tongue moves. It starts as a slow rumble, then the salmon-colored flesh begins to undulate, giving rise to tripling tremors and sending our bodies bobbing. What the? My hands go slipping and sliding, just as variable mountain of flesh rises up from the ground, taking us with it. The fuck? Genzo loses his balance and lands with a splat on his back, his hands to his head. The growling hillocks takes us up, higher and higher before just as suddenly shifting gears and rolling like a wave. The upsurge of flesh ripples crest, then surges forward, taking us with it. Okay, I'm probably gonna just try to speed read this. At least track of up and down, slick and sliding across a slick surface, and slowly once it slows to a stop, and only once it slows to a stop and my body slides limply down the slide of flesh, do I notice how close we are now to the all-seeing eye. Genzo slides down next to me. Neither of us make a sound as the warbling pupil of the eye dilates, focuses, and stares straight through us. And I can see tiny twitches of movement, just ever so slightly, jumping back and forth between us. Quiet. Moisture dribbles down my forehead and cheeks and past my collar to tickle my spine. Quiet. I close my eyes, take a deep breath, then all of a sudden, my jaw grows taut. I feel my brows furrow as my lips curl into a scowl. This fucking thing. I've had just about enough of this. This is our world. My eyes pop back open with a snap. Hey! I push forward, separating myself from the slick surface of the tongue and nearly toppling over. The eye's pupil jerks towards me immediately, dilating as it studies my wobbly frame. Okay, so maybe things are gonna be different this time. Maybe. Iggy, what are you? Genzo winces and brings his hands to his cap. But I don't care what he's thinking. Carrot's gonna turn you into red mist if you skip these scenes we've already played. Nah, I think actually Carrot is on my side. Because if you've read the comment, no torture for me. I raise my fist with an angry grunt. Hey you big stupid bowling ball. Yeah, you get him, Iggy. You get him. The pupil shudders. Yeah, I'm talking to you. You and this stupid tongue of yours. I stomp down on the oozing flesh beneath my feet, and it bounces with a gooey jolt. You think you can just block the road like that? I demand you let us through. You like my, my acting there? The angry heat is back. It's bubbling and surging up through my chest, spreading out across my arms with a fiery tingle. And I feel like I could take it on anyone. Did you hear me? Another shake of my fist. You're going to let us go through right now. The eye makes a curious noise, almost like a confused dog. This is our world, and you answer to me. I'm pointing at it. I'm pointing right at it now. I can feel the tendrils of heat lapping at my skin. I can almost feel them rising from me like a backdrop of fire and brimstone. It brings a smile to my face. Another noise from the eye. Then it quivers. And the pupil rolls back, and out of view. It's gonna eat us. Beneath us, the surface of the tongue unrolls, flattens with a rumbling flop. Genzo yelps and falls back onto his rear end. Maybe not, actually. Maybe we're fine, actually. Never mind. Trust. I should trust Iggy. In Iggy we trust. Okay? When he wobbles back to his feet, his eyes are as wide as dinner plates. Holy hell, Iggs, what was that? The anger in my chest is fading away, leaving behind a feeling of pride in its place. I adjust the waist of my pants with a triumphant grin. Oh, you know, just telling it who's boss. Genzo blinks, cogs his brow, then returns us the smile. God damn, gotta say, that's a side of you I've never seen before. I shrug and start toward the end of the tongue, anxious to get back on solid ground. Just tired of being so mellow, I guess. Genzo watches me for a moment, then attempts to jog after me, and promptly slips straight into a puddle of saliva. Funny ha-has. Once clear of the tongue, it's back to the road, which winds up and around, following the river to our right. Genzo tries to wring what he can and of the viscous muck out of his hat, and I brush my fingers through the damp ringlets of my hair. I still feel gross, understandable. Even my pores feel clogged. Ew. You gonna open your eyes on the boat? No. But I am interested to figure out what exactly is gonna happen when we get on the boat. Or how are we gonna interact with Gidget? Let alone Orlam, you know? What I do for a shower right now? As I'm peering out ahead of us, a flash of movement catches my eye. My gaze goes immediately towards the far bank. A dock has been erected on the sand, and a boat is slowly gliding its way over from the opposite direction. Genzo follows my gaze. He narrows his eyes. That's curiously convenient. He's not wrong. But at the same time, no, I remember this. The sight of the miniature white riverboat is enough to bring fuzzy, shifting images bubbling to the surface of my brain. You know, I kind of want to, do some kayaking or something. I want to just, there's a lake I know of that's definitely a thing that I could do. Assuming I just yoink a boat from somewhere and just start going. Yeah, there aren't any animals in it. Maybe fish. Maybe. I don't remember. The last time I was at that lake was, that one time I got very drunk with my buddies and we just tossed a wooden picnic table into the bonfire. It was from another encampment, so, it wasn't our table. We were very wild that night. The sight of the miniature white riverboat is enough to bring fuzzy, shifting images bubbling to the surface of my brain. Genzo looks from the boat to me, then back to the boat. He opens his mouth. Closes it. By the time he opens it a second time, I'm already off, jogging in the direction of the dock and the boat. Or really? Fuck. He clutches at his hat and starts after me. I get to the wooden steps of the dock just as the boat comes to a halt on the other end of the pier. Jesus, Genzo huffs behind me as he runs to catch up. To the left of the dock is a sherry red and white sign that reads Kitty Cruise on it. Past it, I see the river fork. Oh, my bandwidth is doing the thing again. I'm gonna give it a second or two. My tummy is feeling kind of empty though, even as I am drinking my coffee. Past it, I see the river fork, with the right channel leading back along the direction we'd just come, and the left leading deeper into the unknown. I point toward the boat like some sort of overwrought tour guide. We can take this. Better than walking, that's for sure. You've gotta be fucking kidding me. Stay out here and get eaten then. See if I care, I snap. For fuck's sakes, Genzo growls. Whatever. I grimace. I can't seem to stop lashing out. That reminds me. Grimace shake. I never had one. When is Grimace's birthday again? I want to try and, grab my hand. Just get one. I want to taste one. I'm curious. I've also never had the Sherlock shake or whatever it's called. I know it's minty, but that's about it. The words keep coming out of my mouth before I can stop them. I massage my forehead, then start silently up the stairs. My ascent is halted, however, by a jovial, high-pitched voice from the other side of the railing. Come and ride the kiddie cruise and sail the waves for days. Adventure like you've never had. The end to your malaise. I stop, blink, then lean over to the railing lean over the railing for a peek at the ground below. It's a flower. Brilliant white petals adorn its oversized head, and the grassy green leaves shimmy with the dance-like movements. You heard the grimace shake had Fent in it? Okay. Genzo steps up to the railing next to me, blinking curiously. Weird. The flower twists atop its roots, as though looking up at us. Cap of orange, scant of height. The pallid yearnings you cloak in trite are more glaring than your loss of sight. He said that before. I suppose it said that before. I raise a brow. What's that supposed to mean? Means a cheeky flower's about to get its roots flayed, that's what. Genzo starts climbing up and over the railing. The flower brings its leaves up to its chalky yellow gynocium, as though slapping its hands to its cheeks in fright. It recoils at Genzo's approach. Why are you talking to a flower? The flower talks, and therefore we talk to it. Hail to thee, Yuki. What did you smoke? 5 tons of gasoline. Straight out of the damn ground. How are you doing, Yuki? You missed a little bit of story. Because you gotta remember, we started off during the flashback, back when Iggy and Orlam were kids. Basically, they went to Iggy's room, played a little bit. Orlam was getting eepy. What happened to Orlam? I'm getting to that. Orlam was getting eepy. We laid on the bed for a little while. Then his abusive-ass dad rushed into Iggy's house, came up the stairs, dragged the poor boy out of the house, and that was really the end of the flashback. It was basically just Orlam clearly, being a little fidgety as a kid. Dad hit him for not bringing the beer on time as he shush. After the flashback, we were on the bus, taking the bus initially back to our apartment, but Iggy decided to stay on the bus because he headed toward the forest where the tree is. We've been snappy at Genzo the entire time because Iggy had been, since this arc seems to be very much surrounding, Iggy is just in general very peeved because he's worried about Orlam, so he's been very snappy towards Genzo this entire time. And Genzo is still kind of protective, possessive a little bit. I imagine over, the last loop's events that he probably barely remembers, but has feelings over, like the tummy grumble type of feelings and whatnot. The instinctual shit, right? So he's still very protective over Iggy, and Iggy is not with it this time around. Iggy's getting kind of ticked off at that. We shouted at the big eyeball with the big tongue. That was also a thing. And it let us go, so we didn't have to go through the whole licked up, possibly almost getting eaten thing. So that was also a thing. And that about sums it up. Our relation with Genzo is kind of becoming strained as we keep snapping at him. This gentle flower, locked in its earthen cage, warrants not the fruits of your misplaced rage. Genzo snorts. I can't help but laugh. It's just a flower, Gen. No need to get so worked up. Says the one not getting ridiculed by it. Just ignore it, come on. Genzo huffs but calms. He readjusts his cap and his head with a cavalier twist, nods once at the flower, then steps back towards the stairs. The flower wiggles its leaves, this time turning its attention to me. Though with force and fury your long journey may ease, it'll take longer than that for your heart to unfreeze. The flower's words send a spark of electricity straight up my spine. You fucking... I turn with a flash, stomping back down the steps and making a beeline for the flower. Iggy! Genzo just manages to grab the back of my collar before I go on a homicidal gardener on the poor plant. He pulls me back toward the steps of the dock. I let out another snort. face red with indignation. Damn, Miggs. What was that? What was all that about just ignoring it, huh? Genzo laughs, but I don't miss the anxious thrill just beneath the mirth. You seem a little high-strung. I huff and rub my eyes, but I don't respond. Whatever, let's just get on the boat. I finally grumble and start wandering toward the end of the dock, and Genzo following hesitantly behind. The boat is still anchored at the end of the dock, almost as though waiting for us. It bobs up and down gently in the current. Looks fine to me. Once again, Genzo looks from the boat to me, then back at the boat. He doesn't say anything. Whatever. I'm not just gonna stand here for hours. I step forward, tossing a leg over the side and half stumbling into the bobbing boat. Genzo reaches out as though wanting to help, then just as quickly pulls back. He waits for me to sit down on one of the wooden benches before clambering in after me. For a moment I worried that it might sink beneath our combined weight. We're a bit larger than we were the last time we rode, but it ultimately holds true. Is there something we need to do to get it started? Genzo takes the seat across from me and glances around. Like I remember. Genzo's gaze drops to the deck. Fortunately, we are not left in the dark for long. Only a few seconds later, the water wheel in the back slowly shucks to life. With a shudder, the boat begins to glide across the water. Do you guys want from model on the screen? I didn't do it yesterday, and yesterday was Friday, Femboy Friday, and I didn't do it then. So I guess I should do it now. What were the buttons again? There we go. Femlotl. Yes. I'm pretty. The river is calm, smooth. The boat cuts through the water like butter, slowly but steadily. Once it reaches the fork in the river, it turns left automatically, taking us further away from our cottage, the rabbit guards, and that giant eyeball. You shave pretty quick. Call it magic. Genzo is still quiet. He's got his hands shoved in his pockets and is gazing somewhat more morosely at the passing scenery. I don't know what that word means either. Using a lot of big words, Carrot. Using a lot of big words. I remember when my reading comprehension used to be college level. I scratch at my bare arm and I'm starting to calm down again, the heat dripping out of my pores. The gentle sway of the boat is helping, back and forth, slow and smooth, just like I like it. We round the bend, now drifting dreamily past colorful scenery. Knolls of golden green slope upwards and away from the riverbank, and red and purple trees stretch towards the orange sky. I was gonna say that, like, you know, Genzo's kind of like wearing a sweater and whatever, and that he must be warm, but then again, it seems like it's sort of like fall in this place at the moment. At least in Wonderland. You know, like the trees are red and orangey and purple, and it's like, yeah, that gives fall vibes. And I feel like that's, you know, makes sense to some extent. Although I guess maybe I'm, maybe that's just because my brain is also kind of like correlating. You guys ever seen the show Over the Garden Wall, which is like on Cartoon Network every like November? I think that's also like influencing what I think about like Wonderland, you know? Just a little bit. Decorating the ground are flowers of all shapes and sizes, cattails, tufts, and white cottonweed. All of it seemingly untouched, with no signs of life to disturb it. When I turn back around, I see Genzo staring at me. I blink. What? He looks away, guilty almost, as though he'd been caught doing something he wasn't supposed to do. Guess I'm just still not used to it. A pause. Being able to look at you, I mean. Oh, I simply say. I guess it, must be weird. Yeah, weird. He looks up at the sky, then back to the deck, coughs. And I mean, you know, it's nice, like, seeing how, you turned out. As for me, though, that I could have gone without seeing. I'm ugly as fuck. I mean, wow, I kinda wish I never found that out. I roll my eyes. You're not ugly. Maybe compared to Orlam, I'm sure he really takes the cake. He was ghastly enough as a kid. My anger flares up again before I can stop it, and I jerk forward with an almost audible snap of my spine. For fuck's sake, would you give him a fucking break? Genzo's eyes go wide, his face flushing. Then his gaze turns sharp. What the hell is wrong with you? It's just Orlam. Just Orlam, just Orlam. Has it ever occurred to you that Orlam's a person too? That he's one of our friends? And you treat him like shit? Oh well, sorry. Didn't know you were in love with that guy, for crying out loud. Genzo grinds his teeth. And also, what the fuck? Last I checked, you never cared about him before. Where was all this oh woe is Orlam back when we were kids? I never saw you stand up for him. I press my lips together, heart twisting. It's true. It's fucking true. I was a horrible fucking person. Yeah, well, I wrench my gaze away. Maybe I'm trying to make up for it. Genzo rolls his eyes. Oh, well, good for you, Mr. Saint. But just because you're having an existential crisis about it doesn't mean you have to take it out on me. Shall we say anything? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I did say I will only snap at him when warranted. And this does seem like a situation where it is warranted. So, I will be a man of my word. And snap at him. First option, listen. He's gotta know, alright? He's gotta know, anyways. He tried to kill himself. I jumped to my feet before I can stop myself, the momentum rocking the entire boat. He tried to kill himself, Jen. Genzo stops. His face has gone white. He just stares at me. Though not really at me. More like pointedly in my direction, but watching something else entirely on the surface of his face. Finally, he jerks away. Fuck. He closes his eyes. Opens them. I slump back down, my face in my hands. I hadn't actually meant to say it. It's not my secret to tell. But it just popped out. I mean, you know, telling somebody else that your mutual friend, in quotations here, tried to off himself is not really a secret. Private information, sure. Secret, I don't know if I'd say that much. But considering we are, whether our relation is strained or not, the closest thing Orlam has to friends of any kind, you know, better for us to know as a collective than not. Didn't Orlam... I remember there being something... I think it was the first time Orlam... it may have been in the first loop, or before the first loop, where Orlam was mentioning something about how, like, after some event he thought, and then he kind of, like, stops there. Maybe he was referring to something else. I don't know if, like, Genzo knows anything about Orlam's tendencies, let's just call it that, for the time being. Man, we really do need collective, we just need group therapy, bro. We need to get forced into an office to just talk it out, bro, because this shit is ridiculous. But it had just popped out. Genzo tugs his hat off his head, kneading the fabric between his fingers. Your friends, by the way? Our friends, mind you. He looks like he's going to be sick. Stupid fucker. I just barely hear him mutter. He's just staring at the bottom of the boat. We continue in silence. The heavy words, bro. Well, we continue in silence. The air heavy on my back and shoulders. I can still feel the rage down in my stomach. Rage at Genzo. rage at myself. It's churning and frothing, and just beneath my diaphragm. Genzo grunts softly. He's looking at something along the right bank. What's that? Huh? That sign. I let my gaze follow his and spy a small wooden sign with the words Collector's Territory ahead, painted in heavy red strokes. Who the fuck knows? I mutters disinterested. I don't remember this collector guy from before. Well, if he tries anything, I'm gonna tear his fucking head off, I snarl. Genzo flinches, recoils. I just wrap my arms around my chest, staring fiery daggers through the bench in front of me. Your friend Femlotl! Yes. Femlotl's been here for a minute. Yuki. I did not notice yet. On and on we glide. And on, the aura of animosity floats over my head like a cloud. Past tree after tree. Are we gonna close our eyes at any point? Bend after bend. Even past a strange yellow hillock covered in what appears to be slowly smoking trash. I say nothing. Genzo says nothing. Finally, the boat slows to a stop, and I look up to see a dock, identical to the one we embarked from. I guess this is where we get off, Genzo says, sullen, and pushes himself to his feet. I am surprised nothing happened, honestly. Huh. That's interesting. I was sure we would, die. Maybe. Well, I guess not. I run a hand through my hair. Maybe this is just, a carrot, giving us another, skip. Another skip so that we don't have to go through stuff we've already been through. I run a hand through my hair, scratch at the back of my neck. The hair there is standing straight up for reasons I can't fathom. I swear I feel something watching me the entire way off the boat and onto the deck. I shake it off, shrug my shoulders. Genzo has his hands in his pockets and is staring down at the wooden planks. I don't say anything as I walk past the dock. A valley of dirt winds itself off and away from the river, bordered on either side by more trees. Come on. Now that I think about it, that whole me mentioning the whole, thing with Orlam drinking the bleach might bite us in the ass in the future. Maybe. I didn't think about that. Come on, I finally mutter, and start down the path. Genzo falls in step next to me. Behind us, a set of black tentacles curl around the boat's frame, slowly sinks back into the water. Ah. I'm not sure how long we walk. 20 minutes, 30, an hour. Time feels strange, almost as though it's not passing at all. Yet, when I think back to the cottage height of discovering the hole in the tree, it feels like a lifetime ago, and strangely disconnected? I try to think about my apartment, about work, about the party. They all feel fake. Did any of that really happen? Of course it did. That's my life. That's me. I look down at my hands as though it might reveal an answer to some unspoken question. And my mind drifts back to the voice in the tree. What do you want, Diggy? I want a small loan of $1 million. I don't know. I still don't know. I think back to the encounter with the tree. With the eye. How satisfying it had felt to tell that thing off. For some reason, it makes me think of Orlam. My ass hurts. I'm sitting kinda weird on the chair. Maybe if I'd been able to tell Genzo off like that years ago, things would have never gotten so bad. Hell, think of what my life would have been if I'd had that kind of gall. Not coding websites in that tiny apartment over in Brookside, that's for sure. Not spending my nights falling asleep on the couch and waking up to ice cream stains on my shirt. No, I might have actually accomplished something with my life. Gotten over my insecurities. That is not probably a healthy way to do that, but it is certainly a way to deal with them. Didn't Genzo make fun of Orlam for trying to uninstall himself one time? No. He made fun of his mom killing herself. I don't remember if he's made a comment about him. When was it? When do you remember that happening? Because I'm trying to remember now. If he has or had not. Because I know he threw a bunch of comments at him during the first time we went into Wonderland, when we were both, like, you know, trapped and in rope and whatever. I think that may have been the part where he mentioned something like that. But I don't think outside of that specific situation he's said a thing like that. Yeah, okay, yeah. When he got tied up, that's it. Okay, you and me are remembering the same thing. Roger. Yeah, but that was with purpose. That was, like, on purpose with a reason. And his reasoning being that he wanted to get Orlam's attention on himself so that Orlam wouldn't harm Iggy. And, well, look where that ended up. And forged myself a place where I could actually feel like I meant something. All of a sudden, my footsteps change in timber. I'm going down. I'm yelling timber. I glance down to see the dirt path has given way to cobblestone. Huh? I stop for a moment, studying the new pavement. That tingle along the back of my neck is back. Almost as though some part of me knew this was coming, and knows what's going to happen next, too. Next to me, Genzo half-heartedly kicks at a pebble. Yes, we're finally getting somewhere. Through the foliage veiling the upcoming bend, I spy a spattering of bright colors, too bright even for the otherworldly trees. There's something here. I expend the energy for a short jog, taking me around the trees in front of what I can only describe as a gigantic billboard. I stop, take it in, and feel my brows curl in on themselves. I wonder, this is making me wonder if we're gonna fire off at Gidget for, like, being like, come on, take pictures with me, and then she, like, grabs our shoulder or grabs our arm, if we're just gonna be like, fuck you, bitch! Probably not like that, but, you know. Jesus, Genzo trots up next to me, equally as stupefied. I like that word. It's Gidget. Only larger than life and wearing very little clothing. She's lying on her side, head propped up on her hand, and holding a martini glass in her other. Next to her are the words, "Come to visit Wonderland's hottest goddess," in bright purple print. Then again, last time, Gidget kind of went full yandere, so who knows if our yelling at her is gonna make her feel some type of way, if you catch my drift. I grind my teeth together, fists clenching. That's a side of Gidget I've never seen before. Genzo brows, reaches for the sky. What the fuck is this? It's a billboard, Diggs. Oh, stop with the fucking jokes already. I mean, what's it doing here? And why is Gidget on it like some fucking porn star? I throw an exasperated hand in the direction of the board. Damn, Mickey really is like on his Angron streak right now. Bro cannot help but be mad. You're asking me like I haven't any idea either. Genzo rolls his eyes. What is she even doing down here? Does she think this is some kind of game? Genzo rubs in at his shoulder with a frown, but he doesn't say anything. Not only is the sign pissing me off, it's also making me uncomfortable. I have to put up with enough sex being shoved in my face in my daily life. Now here's my good friend revealing much more than I've ever wanted to see of her, making my stomach turn flip-flops. I bring my hands to my arms as uncomfortable prickles begin turning my arm hairs skyward. I don't even know if I read half of that right. I shake my head and turn away, looking instead further up the path. It's bordered by other smaller placards that stick up and out of the ground like signposts. Why wasn't Iggy like this the whole game? I don't know. It took knowing that a friend was not doing quite well for that to happen. All of them sport gadgets, some in gorgeous dresses, some in bright summer ensembles, some in ridiculous get-ups that look like they've come straight out of a fantasy or horror movie. Let's uninstall if he goes back to being normal. He probably will eventually. I see Genzo's shoe on the inside of his cheek. Guess that confirmed Gidget's here. I huff, but then realize if Gidget's here, the chances that Orlam is also here are much higher. In fact, Gidget might even know where he is. I start quickly down the Gidget-lined path. Jesus, I hear Genzo yell before shuffling footsteps rush up behind me. This isn't the Boston Marathon, eggs. 20 placards later sees us at the entrance to a small village. I survey the quaint white and dark wood cottages, the puffing chimneys, the curving cobblestone roads, and vine-dappled walls. I remember this, though not quite as clearly as Kitty Cruz, more like out-of-focus snapshots. For once, we're not the only ones here. People are milling about, walking from building to building, but none of them so much as glance up at us as we look at us. As we look around. I walk around the street with purpose, my gaze going sharp as I take in our surroundings. Next to me, Genzo is adjusting his cap as he huffs to keep up with my forward pace. I run the next corner and stop. A crowd of people is gathered outside one of the more ornate-looking homes. There's a good 15 or 20 of them, and though they whisper among themselves occasionally, their attention seems fixated on the door. Genzo promptly rams into my back. God fucking... But I ignore him, because I know who's going to come out of that door. I can already feel my jaw tightening. Good morning, darlings! The door flings open to reveal Gidget with her hands raised above her head to greet the crowd. The previously quiet gathering erupts in cheers and applause. Thank you so much for seeing me off today. Another shoot, can you believe it? The scouts here just can't keep their eyes off of me. She dances down the steps, crowd parting to allow her room. Immediately there's hands reaching out, thrusting papers and books for her to sign, trying to catch a passing touch of her arm or shoulder. I love you, Gidget! Marry me, Gidget! Gidget's mouth curls into an over-exaggerated frown as she waltzes through. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm in quite a rush today, she pauses, then smiles with a wink, but I suppose 1 or 2 autographs wouldn't hurt. The crowd goes wild, flinging their pens and photos and exposed skin at her with even more vengeance. Me first, Gidget. I'm your #1 fan, Gidget. She turns towards the person nearest to her, a small teenage girl with a bouncing ponytail and decked out in pins, stickers, and accessories, all featuring Gidget's name or face. The girl wrings her hand in excitement as Gidget signs her name in her autograph book. By this point, I've had just about enough. I stomp straight toward the crowd and that bouncing waterfall of blonde hair. Gidget? Gidget turns at the sound of my voice. But before she can respond, my hand is on her wrist, and I'm tugging her out and away from the crowd. The air turns instantly tense, and I hear cries of anger and disappointment begin bubbling up from the crowd. Gidget flashes them a somewhat confused smile and waves her hand to calm them down, even as I continue pulling her away. It's alright, darlings, this is my friend, I'll be right back. Another tug, this one cutting her off as I spin her toward me and bring my hand down on her shoulders. I stare at her. I am gonna be wondering what she feels about this. This wouldn't be the first time we're wrathful toward her. I still remember that one flashback where we were very mean to Gidget for winning a coding competition. Or at least, I don't know if she won first place, but, you know. Iggy Boy was certainly not happy about her winning at all. I stare at her. She stares at me. Her eyes blink at me in abject stupor. Iggy, she finally says, almost nervously. You're here, I can't believe it. Then, with a tiny voice, is, something wrong? What exactly do you think you're doing? What do you, mean? She chuckles with a quick glance back to her crowd of irate fans. This! I gesture toward her dress, her perfectly coiffed hair. This! Then toward the crowd and house beyond. What are you doing here? Why are you... I bring a hand to my forehead with a sigh. How long have you even been down here? Gidget looks away with a guilty frown. I'm not really sure, to be honest. The days have all kind of run together. Her gaze jumps back with a cheery gleam. But I'm having so much fun! This place is so amazing, Iggy! Like, even better than when we were kids. I'm happier than I've been in... well, since as long as I can remember. A laugh. And now that you're here, things can only get better, she finishes with a wink. I feel my gut twist in what could either be anger or discomfort. It is at this point that Genzo finally manages to push himself through the crowd next to us. He gives a little yelp as he twists away, nearly falling to the cobblestones in the process. God fucking damn, let a guy walk here, he scowls and smooths down his rumpled clothes. Oh, you're here too, Genzo, Gidget smiles. Genzo looks up at us, at my grip on Genzo's shoulders. I mean, on Gidget's shoulders, not Genzo. Iggy angry at everyone and everything. Indeed, he is. Quite so. When he brings a finger up to say something, I let her go and cross my arms with an annoyed huff. I see you've already been given the privilege of experiencing Iggy's newfound attitude. He does seem a little bit high-strung, Gidget laughs. Seems like someone could use a little wonder shear of his own. Shear? I squawk, my hands splayed in disbelief. We were almost killed! Genzo taps his shin. He does have a point about that. Why does that remind me of like some meme? He's right though. Oh, come on, killed? I think you're over-exaggerating a little bit. Gidget raises a brow. This place is like a giant playground. There's nothing down here that would hurt a flea. Yeah, maybe not in this sheltered Garden of Eden you've created for yourself here. But have you tried stepping outside for just 1 second? I throw a finger back in the direction we came. You're warping this place into a nightmare. Gidget rolls her eyes, hands going to her hips. Maybe it's your attitude. Have you tried touching grass? If you just try to enjoy yourself, maybe you'd have a little fun. I bring my hands to my hair with a frustrated grumble. I mean, I don't agree with everything she's saying, but I do have to admit, you need to chill out a bit, Iggs. Genzo raises his brows in wary concern. I've never seen you like this before. Shit, I start, turning my gaze towards the sky as though it'll provide me an answer. But I don't finish. I can't finish. Look at the contradiction of like how Genzo's looking and then how Gidget is looking. Gidget's just like trying to be like all Shirian, whatever the fuck, because she hasn't experienced a single fucking problem, and Genzo's like worried as hell. My throat feels so tight with anger that I can't seem to get the words out. So instead, I grind my teeth together and jerk my head back. You know what? Fuck this. I'm gonna get a drink, I say before stomping off in the direction of the inn. You go do that. I'm going to go have a fantastic shoot down by the pier, Gidget shouts after me. Then turns away with a huff of her own, blonde hair fluttering behind her. Genzo finds himself at a loss because he watches me for a moment, watches Gidget, then gives a little wince and jogs after Gidget. Good. I just wanted to be alone for a little while. I don't need any of them. Bro's a little too angry. My tummy is grumbling, guys. I'm gonna go put some stuff in the toaster oven and get myself some water so that I can maybe take a little break while I'm on stream. Eat. We can discuss things and whatnot. I'll be right back. I'm back. Somebody remind me in like 15 minutes that I have food to collect. Goodness gracious, it's so warm in here, bro. It is warmer than the hells below. Alright, let's see. Where are we? Alright, let me just rearrange myself in my seat so that I'm not an uncomfortable little lad. Okay. I'm not sure how long I sit in the inn drinking. 1 hour? 2 hours? I start with a beer, but after I realize how full it's making me, I switch over to whiskey. The woman behind the counter just keeps bringing more, and I don't tell her no. I'm not a heavy drinker. In fact, I wouldn't even call myself a drinker. Then you're already like too drunk, buddy. I like the occasional beer with friends, and sometimes when I'm in the mood, I'll buy myself a bottle of wine and have a little movie night. But I'm not normally one who enjoys that feeling of losing themselves to the drink. Now, however, something about the anger and frustration dancing in my belly is making me crave it. That feeling is of disconnect that grows with each passing drink. What's wrong with them? All of them. Why are they acting like this is some sort of game? Well, don't I got something to tell you, Iggy? All they ever think about is themselves. They don't care about who they end up hurting along the way. I mean, you only cared about yourself too, buddy. I don't want your attention. I don't want your protection. I can take care of myself. Maybe if they'd given even a fraction of the unwanted attention they've always showered on me to Orlam, none of this would have happened. Fuck, Orlam. I'd completely forgotten to ask Gidget if he'd seen him. Oh well, they'll be back here soon enough. No doubt to fret and dote on me some more. I down another shot of whiskey and feel it burn its way down my throat. The heat is throbbing in my chest, and already everything has a slightly fuzzy, lethargic feel to it. Hey, Iggy? I don't even turn around to know who it. I don't even have to turn around to know who it is. And my suspicions are confirmed when I find Gidget and Gunzo staring at me in concern. There's a weird kind of pity in their eyes. Come on, Eggs. Why don't you come join us at the table over there, huh? Gunzo motions towards an empty table near the far wall. Oh, I see what this is, I sniff. Rub at my mouth. Gonna have an intervention or some shit? You're sweet. I slide off my stool with a slight stumble. Why are you bringing back the Japanese commercial? Jelly beans, hi. Goofy ass little commercial. I slide off my stool with a slight stumble. Both of them jerk forward to catch my fall. I scowl and yank myself away, waiting until they pull back before meandering toward the table in question. I slump into the nearest chair. Eggs. Genzo sits down across from me, clasps and unclasps his hand. He looks nervous. Is everything okay? You're not acting like yourself, Iggy, Gidget, this time. Like myself? What does that even mean? I rest my shin in my hand. You mean not going along with your little game of dress-up? Maybe I don't want you dragging me around like some doll, huh? What are you? That's not even... Gidget's face goes red. And you, I turn to Genzo this time, who sits back with a little start. Maybe I don't want to go along with all your smart-ass comments anymore. Maybe I think you were an asshole all these years. Genzo's eyes twitches. He looks away, and looks back, and looks at the table. Which reminds me, I was actually meaning to ask. I continue turning back to Gidget. You haven't seen Orlam around, have you? Ah, fuck. I should have known this was about that fucker. Genzo jolts to his feet, hands coming down hard on the table. It's Orlam this and Orlam that with you, isn't it? That little weasel doesn't deserve half the energy you're putting in freaking out about him. I stand up to match him, enjoying the height advantage I have over him. Okay, fucker. Hold on a second, Iggy boy. You're not even that much tall. Okay, you're like 7.5 inches taller, but like, you know. Like, settle down, settle down. Short! Says the one who made him the way he is. What the hell did he ever do to you, huh? Genso's face goes red, redder than I've ever seen it. He bites down on his lip. Tears of frustration glimmer in the corners of his eyes. Maybe I don't need to tell you, huh? That shit's between me and him. I knew there's been some shit going on between these two in like a good while. I want to know. I want to know what's up between these two. What the fuck's going on? Why the tension? It's frustrating not to know. Just know that that little fucker has ways of getting exactly what he wants, and if you... Guys! Gidget's voice cuts him off right before her arm comes between us. Just calm down, okay? Everyone's staring at us. I throw a glance around. I throw a glance out into the inn, and I'm met with the wide-eyed stares of the majority of its patrons. Patrons? Patrons, yes. Patrons. I imagine that whatever happened between Genzo and Orlam probably has to do with a little, you know... How do I say this without it being oh man, I don't know how to say this. Maybe I shouldn't say anything. I just have a feeling it's no bueno. I throw a glance out into the inn and I'm met with the wide-eyed stare of the majority of his patrons. My face grows incredibly warm and I drop quickly to my seat, tendrils of sweat waving down the nape of my neck. Genzo follows suit. He tugs at the collar of his jacket, wipes at his forehead. Thank you, Gidget sighs, and takes her own seat, fingers held laced together atop the table. Fuck, I need a smoke. I see Genzo's fingers shaking as he pulls out his carton of cigarettes and puts one between his lips. I'll be right back. Then he shoves his chair back and heads for the door. Gidget and I watch him leave, and awkward silence hanging over the table. Anyway, she curls a lock of hair behind her ear, all of a sudden acting shy. You wanted to know about Orlam? He's here? This brings the first light of hope in my heart since we stepped foot into this godforsaken place. He is? Oh, thank fucking God. I lean forward and grab Gidget's hands in a move that must completely take her back because her eyes shoot wide open. Fuck, you don't know how worried I've been about him since yesterday. And he's, like, alright and everything? He's doing okay? Gidget glances down between my grip on her hands and my close proximity to her face. Her cheeks go pink. Is he okay? She chuckle. Iggy, he's like in charge of everything. To be honest, I'm surprised you don't know yet. In charge of... This gives me pause, and I release my grip on Gidget to sit back in my chair, blinking. Yeah, he lives in this huge castle. It's just across the lake, actually. I've been up there a few times. Amazing dinner parties, dancing, you name it. Oh, she's had the people meet. I see. Well then. Well, I'm not gonna ruin that for her. I don't even know if Iggy remembers the people that are, you know, make up the large entree of foods that Orlam decides to feed us. She brings a hand to her chest with an awkward laugh. Though I haven't been up there in a little while now since last time he tried to get me to sleep with him. I mean, that's awkward already enough, but also all the other women I've talked to at those parties says he's into... Her gaze drops, raises, drops again. Finally, she looks back up. Butt stuff. What the fuck am I supposed to say to this? I guess a flip of a coin. Tasty, you say? You know, the people eating? Of course you'd say it's tasty. Where's my coin? Wait, what? I don't know. I'm just gonna flip the coin and let the gods decide. Heads again. What the fuck is it with heads? Okay. Like my coin has been landing on heads for like almost a week. What are we answering to? She mentioned something about not going to the castle since the last time she went there because apparently Orlam tried to get her to sleep with him, and apparently he's into butt stuff, so I landed on heads, you know? I landed on heads. It's the god's choice. It's out of my hands. Aren't most guys? I'm not sure if I say it to defend Orlam, or if I say it to somehow make myself sound normal. You know, like I actually know what I'm talking about. But either way, I try to laugh it off. aren't most guys? I force a chuckle. Get your looks away, then back. No, I mean like, on himself. I blink. Then feel my cheeks heat up to about 500 degrees. Anyway, this conversation is getting too weird. But you guys should definitely go check it out. I'm sure he'd invite you to one of his parties. And I'm sure it won't be quite so, awkward. A pause. Well, I guess I'm not sure about him. She throws a nervous glance at the door. The fact that she found that out. Well, I mean, women like to gossip. One moment, I shall return eventually. I am back with my food in my lap. I don't know how this is gonna work now. I think I just sit here for a little bit, I guess. I'll try to like speed run consumption, maybe. I got myself like the biggest piece of goddamn fried chicken on my plate. I don't know why. I should have probably gotten the smaller one. ASMR. Food ASMR is gross, bro. Come on. Nasty. Why would you want to hear people eating? But oh well, to each their own, I suppose. Alright. What do you two think so far? What's gonna happen? How do you think this is gonna go down when we get to that damn castle? Because at this rate, I feel like we're gonna start tweaking out at Orlam, honestly. It is gross, but it's you guys you're talking to. Sagax. I don't think there's gonna be any Sagax. I'll be honest. I'm still thinking about that information we just gained. Like, what the hell was that? I mean, I think I know why, maybe. An explanation that would sort of kind of make sense for a guy like Orlam is that maybe, and this is just a big maybe, that's the way he may be himself gay, but, you know, doesn't want to be seen as less of a man for it, and therefore, you know, gets himself a lady, tells her to put on the strap, and just go off. That's just the theory, though. A game theory. Thanks for watching. I do think Iggy's gonna, like, get mad at Orlam, though. Probably. Something gives me that vibe. And Orlam's gonna, like, clamp down or some shit. Outside of that, I got no clue. This story has so far been very good at keeping me on my toes. What did you miss? You had to get up when Iggy said I need a drink? Oh, you missed all of that. Yuki, explain. Okay, I'll explain. So basically, we get dragged to a table. Iggy gets dragged to a table after Gidget and Genzo come back. And Genzo goes away after Iggy and him are arguing with one another. Apparently something went down between Orlam and Genzo that has made Genzo be Orlam's #1 hater. Because he goes, I don't need to tell you, just know that he has a way of getting what he wants, quote unquote. Which only implies bad things, by the way. And then he goes for a smoke. Gidget sits here. We ask Gidget, hey, have you seen, you know, Orlam? And then she tells us, oh yeah, Orlam, he like runs everything. And we're like, what do you mean he runs everything? And she's like, yeah, he lives in the castle. He has these great parties. By the way, you know, I stopped going there because the last time I went there, he kind of tried to get me to sleep with him. And, you know, like, I'm not, you know, the ladies, I was talking to the ladies there at the party and they told me that he's into butt stuff. And then we went, haha, butt stuff? Aren't all guys into that? And then she was like, no, I mean like on him. And that caught me the fuck off guard. But, you know, what did we expect, really? What did we expect? Alright, let me continue on a little bit. I can do this and eat at the same time. A pause. Well, guess I'm not sure about him. She throws a nervous glance at the door. Seems like there's some, stuff going on between them. your friends, listen, we listen and we don't judge, alright? We listen and we don't judge. Except I do, because I'm a god and I get to do whatever I want. Tell me about it. I run a hand through my hair. I'm not sure if it was the argument, the embarrassment, or the general awkwardness of this whole situation, but the comforting lull of the alcohol has already started to wear off, leaving nothing but the exhaustion in its wake. And now that I know that Orlam is okay, some of the anger has also begun to recede. I scratch at my neck, sweat soaking into the grooves under my fingernails. Sorry, for snapping. I guess I was just... Just what? I don't even know, to be honest. I just been overcome with so much anger. Anger I couldn't control. I throw a glance around. This place. It's this place. Ever since I woke up here, it felt weird. I'd felt weird. Like, all my emotions are heightened. I need to be careful. If even someone as easygoing as me could get lost to a spark of anger like that, I can't even imagine what real fury could turn into. Or any other extreme emotion for that matter. You know, I haven't considered that, actually. As to being one of the reasons as to why everybody's like always tweaking the fuck out whenever we meet them. That this place might mess with your emotions to some extent. An interesting little idea. Almost as if on cue, I feel the touch of skin on my hand, and I jerk my head to see Gidget's fingers running softly around my wrist. It's okay. Everyone's worked up. I understand. A smile. And just, to be honest, I'm really happy to see you here, Iggy. I've been thinking about you a lot while I've been down here. I blink. I press my lips together. You have? I mean, I guess I have had a lot of time to think. A laugh. Her face softens. About my life, about the things I want. That's, Fortunately, at this moment, Genzo returns. His face has settled into a sort of gray... His face has settled into a sallow sort of gray, and his eyes look dark and just slightly pink around the edges. Hey, sorry it took so long. He stops, however, when his gaze lands on the table, or more specifically on Gidget's hand on mine. Oh. He looks up, away, towards the ceiling. His eyes tighten, then making his face look, if it's even possible at this point, even more despondent. Shit, sorry. I pull my hand back, sticking it between my legs, as though wanting to hide it away. It's nothing, we were just talking. Gidget, said that Orlam's here. Oh? Yeah, I guess I'll, maybe try to see him tomorrow. And I see. It grows quiet again. So I cough and push my glasses up to my nose. Maybe for now we call it a night though. I don't know about you guys, but I'm fucking exhausted. Yeah, I'm pretty beat too. That's not a bad idea. Genzo tucks his hat off, scratches at his scalp. After a few more moments, we both turn to look at Gidget. She stares back blankly, then jumps. Oh, right, of course. They've got rooms here you can both stay in. Come on, let's go. Let me just go ask Miss Graham. She stands up and begins making her way toward the back counter, Genzo and I shuffling along behind. Miss Graham, my friends are wondering if they could have some sort of if they could have some rooms for the night. Yeah, of course, dear. Anything for our local goddess. The woman says with a wink before procuring two sets of keys. Gidget just blushes. Thank you so much. She turns to us. Here you go. The rooms are just upstairs. Ah, and you can find your room number on the key. I grab my key from Gidget. Thanks. This is really great. See you in the morning then? She nods with a smile, and I don't miss her gaze go pointedly toward the etched in the numbers on the top of my key as it passes our hands. Pre-essay. I palm it quickly. Yeah, thanks. Genzo takes his. Then both of us are trudging our way up the steps, coming out of the landing into a quiet hallway lined with doors. Let's hope we don't get that scene or anything like it again. We reach Genzo's first, and he turns toward it with a little sigh. A shoe on the inside of my cheek. Hey, I'm sorry about downstairs, I finally say. It's okay. He doesn't even turn to look at me, instead focusing on getting the shaky tip of his key into the lock. I watch him for a moment, then turn away once he gets it in and clicks it open. Anyway, good night, I murmur as I start down the hall. Iggs, about me and Orlam. I stop. Turn. See him staring at the wood paneling of his door. When he finally glances toward me, his eyes are tight. He shakes his head and looks away. Never mind, guess I'm asleep. I watch him push open his door and step inside. You too. The door shuts with a click. I sigh. Then carry on to my room, just a few doors down the hall. When I twist the key in the lock and push open the door, I find myself in a cozy room outfitted with a bed, wardrobe, and desk. I step inside. Quiet. It's wonderfully quiet. I'm finally alone. I hadn't realized quite how much I needed this until right at this moment. I can practically feel my chest unclench itself, muscle by muscle, as I let out the longest breath of my life. I meander toward the bed. It's decorated with a thick red quilt and crowned at the top by two fluffy-looking pillows. I sit down and feel the mattress curves delightfully beneath me, then take the opportunity to examine the room. The walls had been built with thick, rounded logs. It reminds me of the old cabin I stayed at during camp one summer. Rustic. My body is still relishing in the quiet. I kick off my shoes and swing my legs up and onto the bed. God, it feels so good to get off my feet. I let my eyes wander toward the ceiling and that white swath of nothingness I wish my brain would get lost in. Tomorrow, I'll finally be able to see Orlam. To ascertain with my own eyes that he is, in fact, okay. The thought brings me some peace. As crazy as things are down here, at least I can latch onto that. Well, we'll see if we can interact with him in a way that does not involve one of us getting tortured. We've already had too many of those happen. Far too many times, actually. For my liking. He's like in charge of everything. I curl my top lip upward, stretching my toes inside my socks. Orlam in charge of everything? It's a strange thought for sure. It's hard for me to imagine mousy Orlam bossing anyone around, let alone everyone. And yet, I'm kinda glad for him. He deserves a chance to call the shots for once, even if it can only be in a fantasy world like this. Oh, brother, you don't know the half of it. I mean, I guess you do know, but you don't. You do and you don't. And that's the whole tragedy. You do know, but you don't know. My brows furrow. Yeah, in a fantasy world like this, we still need to figure out what the fuck is even going on. Maybe he'll be able to help with that too. Maybe he even knows where Bucks is. Something tells me she's the key to all this. It all started after the call from Hanar, and after that, there's a knock at the door. Of course there is. Hi, La Muchacha's gonna be there. What if he just doesn't open the door? Just don't open it. Don't open it. I grimace, but somehow it's not like I didn't know it was coming. I swing back around reluctantly and slide my feet back into my shoes. Coming. I shuffle toward the door, fumble with the doorknob, pull it open. Gidget's shy smile greets me on the other side. Don't open the door, Denji. Chainsaw Man. Hey, dude, I haven't... Speaking of Chainsaw Man, I don't know why I read that in, like, Gidget's voice, by the way. That was my bad. I haven't kept up with Chainsaw Man in, like, a while. In a long while. Holy moly. Hey, I say. Hey, she says back. Sorry, I mean, is it okay? We kinda got interrupted earlier, and I just wanted to talk. I wince, but I don't really feel like I can turn her away at this point. Sure, okay. I move to the side so she can come in. She walks to the middle of the room and looks around. These rooms are nice, yeah? I stayed in one my first couple of nights here, before everyone prepared that place for me in town. Yeah, it's nice. I stand in the doorway, unsure what to do, then finally slide my way toward the bed. I perch myself on the edge, expecting her to take the chair in front of the desk. She sits next to me on the bed instead. I don't move. My face feels like it's frozen in place. You're leaving tomorrow then? She asks softly, gaze centered on her lap. It's, well, I guess I'd like to check on Orlam and, for, personal reasons. I shift my legs, lean my elbows on my knees. You seem really worried about him. Do I? I mean, it's not any more than normal, really. I scratch at my cheek. He seems to be doing really well for himself down here, so I don't think there's anything to worry about. Then again, he has always been a little different. She laughs at this. Kind of the odd one out, you know? I pause. To be honest, he's always kind of weirded me out. The way he'd just follow us around like a little mouse all through school making weird comments. And that ugly rat tail. Jeez Louise. Oh, I almost sent my chicken off my plate. That would have been tragic. It's all good though. It's all good. It is pretty ugly, isn't it? I mean, we can't lie. It's just not doing them any favors. I cringe. She had a bit of a point. Arlem hasn't really ever made it easier on himself in the looks department. It is pretty ugly, isn't it? Didn't save. True. Right? It's almost like he's trying to look like white trash. Okay. Settle down. Somebody really should have given him a sit-down a long time ago. It made him such a target, too. I remember how Genzo was always yanking on it. God, he'd love pulling on that thing. In class, at recess, in the hall, making him drop all his books. Hell, I'd half wondered if Orlam liked it. And then Miss Akers would march them down to the principal's office as if it was Orlem's fault too. I laugh, before immediately catching myself. God fucking damn it. So much for telling myself I could be a better person now. I'm still falling back into old habits. Still finding amusement at what Orlam went through rather than trying to do anything about it. My lips curl into a frown. Something Gidget must not miss. But I mean, I do know he's gone through a lot. I remember when his mom... Yeah. The silence returns. Gidget brings her hands up, presses her thumbs together. Anyway, I meant what I said downstairs. I really have been thinking a lot about a lot of things. A pause. Maybe it's because of this place. There's not really a lot to worry about down here, you know? So I feel like my mind's been a bit clearer. Sure it has. You know, you're living the life. In the limelight and all that. I rub my wrist, gaze lifting from the floor to center somewhere around Gidget's knees. Also, like, finally getting something I'd wanted for so long. How happy it made me. It kind of makes you think about the other things you've been wanting, you know? And I don't respond at first. But when Gidget glances up, I give a little grunt. She smiles. Seeing you here finally, it made me really happy. And then downstairs, when you held my hand so tightly, I couldn't help but think that you, too... She brings a hand to her cheek, face red. Iggy, she swallows, takes a deep breath. Seems to be grinding herself. Then brushes the straps of her dress off her shoulders and slides the fabric down toward her belly. I fucking knew it. Of course. The woman cannot help herself. Like, hold on a minute. Settle down. Confess first at the very least. Goodness gracious. Maybe I should have saved. Maybe I should have called homeboy's rat tail cute. Drone her off a little bit, you know? My eyes grow about 5 times their size. Gidget seems horrifically embarrassed. I mean, girl, you didn't even say anything. You just kind of did this. I'd be embarrassed too. Her face and neck have turned bright red, and at first she can't seem to stop wanting to hide herself with her arms, but eventually she lets them fall, burying her entire upper half. Gidget, I choke. My own face is probably the same color. I don't like them very much, but I thought that you might, so... You really don't have to do that, I eke out. Bringing a hand up to my eyes to shield them. My whole body has gone tense, a cold chill working its way up my spine and making my skin crawl. It's okay, I want to, Iggy. I see her smile, pull her legs up onto the bed, turn toward me. I want you to see me, Iggy. I want to make you happy. You see, that's the problem. Part of the problem here. Like I'm getting worried. Fuck. I bite down on my tongue so hard I can taste blood. Stop doing that. I'm starting to shiver. Uncomfortable quakes shoot up and down my arms and legs. All of this, I did this all for you. Why? I finally managed to croak. I'm still trying to do my best to not really look at her, but also not completely look away so as to not be rude. Not be rude, my ass. Let me just wait a little bit, because the bandwidth kind of dropped. Gidget pauses for a moment, a look of confusion crossing her face. Then she smiles shyly. Because I like you very much, Iggy. And I've always hoped that maybe you like me too. Her cheeks go even redder. I'm sorry it's a little forward, but I thought since you were leaving tomorrow. A pause, girl. We're not leaving for war, you know. Like holy damn. It's like we're all stuck here until we all leave, and when we leave to the real world is still out there. Holy moly. Maybe this place really does fuck with your emotions. A pause. What are you doing, Iggy? Black Flasher? What does that even mean? You thought Iggy was mad? I mean, me too, but I can see how this is gonna cause more confusion than anger, really. Then she seems to get flustered. But you don't need to give me an answer right away. I know you guys, you need your time to think and all. She crawls forward, one hand on my thigh as the other goes to my shoulder. But maybe tonight I could take care of you. Then leans in, her lips going to the side of my neck. You'd like that, wouldn't you? The touch sends cold needles all up and down my shoulders and chest, cinching tight the knots in my stomach. I feel my throat constrict, which forces an undignified gasp of air hissing between my teeth. Greetings and salutations. Hail to thee, noob nerd. You've come at a very odd time. I do not have time to explain. Quite literally. There are like 4 streams of this game so far. Too much to explain. Just know, this is unwanted. And I'm eating food, so be patient with me. Gidget, could you please put your clothes back on? I say with a shudder. Gidget stops, pulls back, blinks. I'm offering you no strings attached sex. You do realize that, don't you? I realize that very well, thank you, and I appreciate the sentiment, but I don't really it's just I'm really fumbling. I don't blame you, brother. I'd fumble too, even if I wanted it. Sorry, I'm misreading the hell out of this. My whole back feels like it must have been coated with sweat. My fingers shake as I run them across my clammy forehead. Gidget stares at me for a moment, then narrows her eyes. You think I'm disgusting, don't you? I knew it! I see her brows furrow as her top lid begins to tremble. Top lip. Something's gonna happen. What? I squawk. I never said. How could you, Iggy? She brings her hands to her head, clutching her hair. Everything I did, everything for you, Iggy. My heart stutters in my chest, and the spark from earlier returns. What are you even talking about? She's barely listening. Instead, she's tugging at her hair, pulling at it, yanking and yanking until 2 giant handfuls snap away between her fingers. The stupid hair. I hate it. This stupid dress. Now she grabs the folded fabric slumped around her belly and begins pulling at it. I hate it. Gidget, stop. I reach forward to stop her from ripping the fabric apart, but this just seems to entice her tirade even further. And I hate these stupid fat lumps. She grabs her at her chest, fingers gorging divots into the soft skin. But I thought you would, Iggy. You of all people. I gave up everything for you. I wanted to be perfect for you. Something inside me snaps. Who asked you to do that, huh? 'Cause I sure as hell didn't. I point my finger right in her face, unable to stop, unable to keep the words tumbling from my mouth. I don't want any of this. I don't want sex. I don't want people throwing themselves at me. I don't want people expecting things of me. I don't want you. Gidget's face goes white, then red, then purple. She opens her mouth, then screams. It's so loud and shrill that I have to clamp up my hands over my ears to stop my head from ringing. She screams and screams and screams. Then she grabs the lamps off the table and throws it straight at my head. I hate you! It hits me square in the crown, and for a second it feels like a knife is searing its way into my brain. The white hot stars flash across my eyes as the point of impact pulses up and down and inside my skull. Well, that scream most certainly probably has our boy Genzo awake, assuming he'd fallen asleep. If that doesn't wake him up, I don't know what in God's name will. Fuck! I shout, eyes quickly filling up with tears. She's already reaching for it again, crawling like a spider across the mattress and toward the dented lamp. But through my warbled vision, I managed to kick it away, sending it flying across the room and cracking against the far wall. Now's my chance. I go scrambling off the bed, one hand still clutching the back of my head, and race for the door. The bed groans as Gidget flies off, and then I hear footsteps clattering, the sound of the desk drawer being opened, but I pay no heed. All I focus on through my pulsing vision is the door. Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. I sail at it so fast, I ram my shoulder into the wooden paneling, which takes the air out of me again. And I'm fumbling with the knob, my fingers like clumsy sausages. I turn around to check on Gidget. Oh, that's right in the chest. Only to find myself thrown back against the door. She's there. She's here. It all happened so fast. It's so fast I don't register the pain. Well, let's just hope it's not in the heart, you know? If it's in like the... somewhere not near the heart, then we're good, kinda. I glance towards my right shoulder to see a large pair of scissors sunk handle deep but just above my armpit. Gidget's fingers curled so tightly around them, her whole hand is shaking. Shit. A deep red puddle is forming across my shirt, oozing out like a scarlet paint stain. Gidget? This must snap her out of it because her wild eyes suddenly go clear and she steps back, letting go of the scissors and just staring at me. Staring at the bloody handle of the scissors trembling in the air. Icky? She says softly. I take advantage of this moment to reach across and yank the scissors out of me, then stab them straight into her neck. Oh, she gurgles. Coughs. Her hand goes to her throat. She pulls out the blades, letting loose a waterfall of blood. She drops the scissors and limps back toward the center of the room, gagging, choking, coughing, both hands to her neck, and trying to stop the deluge of blood. I don't think you can, hun. It's not gonna happen. Or at least this time, we got a kill. Viewbot, add that one to the counter. She drops to her knees, falls into her back, eyes bulging and pleading at the ceiling. Wait, you got her? What the fuck? Right, turn of events. We won a scuffle for once. 2-7-1. 2 assists, I think. So it's 2-7-2. She's shaking, twitching. Her throat rattles and retches as though she's trying to say something. All the while, the puddle of blood beneath her grows. I wander over and pick up the scissors off the ground, kneeling down next to her. I'm strangely calm. I was about to say, bro looks like okay. Just staring at her. I barely even feel the pain in my shoulder. And my muscles aren't shaking anymore. In fact, I'm perfectly still. Gidget's eyes turn toward me. I can see the veins bulging. I see her mouth. I see her mouth something inaudible. Excuse me? What is this, fucking Mortal Kombat? Like... I'm not gonna fucking finish her off. That's like... Listen, if we leave her, she might be alive, right? Or she might slowly bleed out. I'm sure she'll maybe not live anyways. Finish her? No! We are not a psychopath. Okay, we are a normal, stable human being, okay? We are normal, and we're not gonna do anything weird. Okay? Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Nuh-uh. No way, Jose. Carrot, copyright strike Gelato if he doesn't do it. They're not gonna do anything. Don't finish her off. If we do, it'll look like psychotic and whatever. Alright? We can't look psychotic in front of Genzo. What if Genzo walks in? He's gonna look at us and be like, what the fuck's happening? Something catches inside of me. Wait, what am I doing? What the fuck am I doing? I suck into my breath, eyes tightening. I feel strangely disconnected from everything, as if none of this is even real, except that it is real. The pain pulsing back into my shoulder is evidence enough of that. I clench my eyes shut, shake my head, again and again. No, 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 no. This isn't me. This isn't me. A shiver runs from the base of my spine all the way up to the crown of my head, and I drop the scissors to the floor. I bring my palms to my forehead, fingers clutching in my curls. I sit there and breathe. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe. I notice I no longer hear the sound of Gidget's gasping. So I open my eyes, glance down. She has the scissors. That's the only thought my mind has time to process. Before she slams the scissors straight into my eye, I jerk back. Pain. Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. My sluggish nerves are suddenly furrowed back into immediate action as throb after throb of icy hot daggers flare out of my eye. I can't see. I can't fucking see. I grope with my hands, trying to find the ice pick piercing through my brain. But by the time my fingers find Gidget's wrist, she's already yanked the scissors back out. And is taking my eye with them. Okay, well somehow, she is able to get back up. I would have thought the blood loss would have been keeping her down. There's a half-audible snap as she rips it free of the optic nerve. How? I don't know. Then a gooey plop as it lands on the ground, rolling across the floorboards. I must lose consciousness for a second because every muscle in my body gives at the same time. And I feel myself falling, slow motions, almost like a puppet that's just had its string cut. Then my head cracks against the floor and everything speeds back up. Fire. Across my face. Pulsing. My head awhirl with colorful lights as my vision throbs. My brain screams. I slap my hands to my empty eye socket as blood pumps out of the gaping hole. My eye, where's my eye? I have to put it back. But Gidget is on top of me now. I can feel her muscles shaking against me. Blood still cascading down her neck. and her lips continue to gasp for air. What is with that fucking look? What are you looking at like that, you smug little woman? I say that as if she weren't, like, taller than me. Yeah, she's like 5'10". But she's smiling. Smiling down at my plight. "Eye trouble, Iggy?" Her voice crackles as blood leaks down her shin. "You always did have trouble seeing things that were right in front of you." She raises the scissors back up again, above her head, arms trembling, trembling, trembling. "Don't worry, though. Now we'll be together forever." Then plunges them into my chest. Well, she's built different, is all I'm gonna say. That's a new one? Yeah. Unfortunately, you were scissored. I see what you did there. Or did I? But at least you don't have to worry about finding your eye anymore. Would you like to restart before your most recent choice or return to the menu? I guess we gotta be psychotic and murder somebody. Good choice, instead of like doing normal things like running away when we have the chance. I wander over and pick up the scissors off the ground, kneeling down next to her. I'm strangely calm, just staring at her. I believe I barely even feel the pain in my shoulder, and my muscles aren't shaking anymore. In fact, I'm perfectly still. Gidget's eyes turn toward me. I can see the veins bulging, see her mouth something inaudible. "Do it this time." "Do it?" Okay, what the fuck is she talking about? Why is it in her voice? "Do what?" "You know what to do." I blink. Lick my lips. It's only right after everything she's done to you. Who's this voice? Why is it in her voice? Because it's pink. It's her pinkish like lettering, isn't it? Or am I just like actually on acid? I am so confused. The voices, bro. There's an entity out here. After everything she's put you through, she deserves this. My fingers curl tighter around the handle of the scissors. Finish her off. Yes, that's right. She deserves this. And I deserve this. I lift the scissors into the air and plunge them into her chest. The blades snap in nicely, like slicing a knife into a pumpkin for carving. I doubt that's how knives work. I mean, not knives. Scissors! This time, she wants you to do it? She might remember that death that just happened. That's what I'm saying, but it wasn't her. It wasn't her voice. It was the same color of text. So it's not her. Or maybe it is. I don't know. She was still able to talk when she got on top of us. And the red stain quickly spreads out and away from the hole, turning her white dress a dark crimson. She's not moving now, only small twitches, and the hands pressed against her throat have gone limp, allowing the blood to escape freely from the hole in her neck. Nah, it's the... Shut up. I pull the scissors back out with a sick squelch. Well done, Iggy. I smile, then stab them again. Stabbing in again, blood splatters up and into my hand, my wrist. Now, even the small twitches have stopped. She's completely still. I blink. Let my hand fall away. Rivulets of my own blood decorate the underside of my arm, mixing with the spray left behind from Gidget. It's a strange feeling. The room is so quiet now. So quiet, I'm not even sure if I'm breathing. Then, clunking footsteps outside, racing toward the door. It slams open. What the fuck? Of course he comes in now. Genso's standing in the doorway, just staring at us. I look toward him calmly, blood speckling my cheeks, my arms, dark and glistening on my shirt. We had an argument, I finally say when Genzo remains silent. You, huh? Genzo winces, brings a hand to his already sweaty face. Before either one of us could do anything else, the sound of commotion downstairs interrupts our standoff. What now? Genzo groans and darts back outside. He's there a few moments. Then his eyes widen. He comes back inside, slamming the door behind him. We've got big fucking trouble in our hands, Iggy. Just before he manages to slam the door closed, I catch a glimpse of a person. If they could even be called a person. Their skin is gaunt and gray and their eyes are puffy and red. They claw at the door. I hear low moans as the door shakes and rattles beneath their nails. Get up, get up! Genzo grabs me by the collar and pulls me to my feet. Then eyes the red puddle in the middle of my shirt. How bad is it? I yank the front of my collar down to try and get a better look. One hand roving inside to gingerly poke at the flayed skin. I think it's pretty deep. Stop. Genzo holds a hand up to stop my self-examination, the other to his mouth as his face goes slightly green. Yeah, our wound, although not immediately fatal, may get us killed in a bit, so we're gonna have to, pluck the wound to some extent at some point. Not now, we do not have the time. Combat medicine, maybe? An extra zealous thud against the door makes both of us jump, and Genzo begins cursing beneath his breath. Maybe when she dies, the wishes wear off, and the people turn into zombies, or you're just dumb. I would agree. I mean, I think they only kind of exist specifically because of her wish. Therefore, no wish means like the metaphorical puppet strings are let loose, you know? And okay, I already read this. Fuck, think. He hits his fist against his forehead. I watch him for a moment blinking, then wander toward Gidget, bending down to snatch the scissors from her chest. Don't worry, I'll take care of them. I start for the door. Iggy, you are not him, my guy. You are definitely not him. The sound of Genzo mix would have been hilarious in any other situation, like a strangled half-gasp, half-squawk. He leaps towards me, engulfing my wrist in his palm and jerking me backwards. The fuck you will? He hisses. I'm sure the hell not gonna watch you get ripped apart by those things. Well, somebody's gotta do something, and I'm getting a little bit tired of you thinking I need to be protected like some cowering rabbit. Genzo's face twists. That must have hurt. But I don't care. I'm getting sick of it. I turn back toward the doors, only for it to come flying open with a horrifying slam that sends the door backward and bouncing off the wall. The bodies come pouring in. There's so many of them. They crawl and lurch and moan like zombies, all of them with skin pulled taut across their bones and eyes sunken and pink. A whole pile of them spills over and through the doorway as they clutch and crawl over each other to get inside the room. Wait, let him cook gelato? Iggy versus King Von, who would win? I'm afraid to say King Von would win. I don't think, listen, Iggy feels like he's him. But we all know, I've experienced enough Iggy deaths to know he's not him. Every time he tries to be, it ends up not going well. Fuck, I hear Genzo screech next to me. And I have to admit, even my own eyes bug out at the sheer number of bodies reaching and groping for us. I readjust my grip on the scissors and raise them hesitantly into the air, only for Genzo to promptly knee me right in the gut. The air goes out of me like a deflated balloon, and in that moment of limp helplessness, he grabs me right around the middle and goes charging at the window. That's all I can do to cover my eyes before, with a gut-rattling impact on my backside, glass goes flying, splinter of wood goes sailing, and the two of us go tumbling out through the shattered window panel and slam into the awning below. The combination of impact and weight must be too much for it, as not a second later, the whole thing buckles beneath us, and we go cluttering to the ground in a shower of boards and shingles. I lay there a moment, waiting for my ears to stop ringing and my body to stop screaming. Then pushed myself to my feet, careful to avoid any errant nails and broken wood. Genzo groans next to me. He nurses his shoulder as he sits up. Fuck am I alive? What the fuck was that? I grumble, half moan. half moan as I attempt to push myself shakily to my feet. Fucking saving your life was what that was. Though apparently I should have just let you dare to get eaten alive, huh? Genzo lurches to his feet, next to me with a wince. I'll take a menacing step forward, index finger already ramrod straight, but the sound of groans from above is enough to stop my angry tirade before it even begins. I glance up to see Gidget's rabbit fans reaching and groping out through the window. Some of them are already attempting to pull themselves after us, and the situation is not much better on the ground. More gaunt faces appear around the corners of the nearby buildings, limping and dragging themselves across the once sherry cobbles. God damn it, I hiss. Fuck. Genzo brings his hands to his hat, gaze jumping furtively across our surroundings. His eyes sharpen. Come on, I have an idea. He takes off. Sorry about that, and kind of smacked my fork against the mic arm. Yeah, there we go. I yelp at the sound of a body falling behind us and quickly follow. I'm not sure where we're going at first. We round the corner, and Genzo jerks backwards as we approach at the approach of another swarm of clawing, reaching hands. Other way! We quickly reroute to the opposite road, circling around a set of buildings that just narrowly avoid the convergence of two more packs. Then straight on, back to the main street, groans, moans, and guttural screeches filling the air around us. Where are we going? I try to think back to earlier, when I left Gidget and Genzo in the street to start my bout of binge drinking. And Gidget had gone, then it comes to me. I'm not even sure how, but somehow bubbling up the recesses of my mind, I see an expensive pier filled with bobbing boats, a horizon of water. And flashes, so many flashes, cameras everywhere. I shake my head. We're going to the pier. No sooner has this thought crossed my mind than we round another bend and the water appears. The blue one, Genzo shouts, pointing somewhere toward the left. But Gidget's fans are everywhere now, spilling out of alleyways, falling from windows to splat against the ground. All of them lurching and reaching, bones creaking, eyes oozing. We race to the edge, and I see the little blue sloop Genzo is referring to. It's still fluttering in the breeze. In. I don't even stop. I take a flying leap off the side of the pier and land against one of the boat's seats so hard I swear I lose consciousness for half a second. Genzo's right behind me, the boat sloshing in the water as he comes tumbling aboard. Hand to my head, I push myself back up, wait until my double vision recedes and I can finally make out the pier and the body swarming our way. Then, the same way the camera flashes had invaded my mind earlier, another image overtakes my mind. And I shoot my gaze towards the rope keeping us tied to the dock. Genzo, the rope! I try to walk forward, dizzy and wobbling. I got it! Genzo latches onto it, yanking and clawing at it in jerking tugs that send shudders throughout the boat's frame. But I know it's no use. Is this the first stream where we do a whole Wonderland loop? Maybe. No, because we still have to go through Orlam's, thing. Nothing we do, nothing he does is going to get that rope undone. I reach behind me and find the scissors sticking out of my back pocket. This is a good pace since Iggy's skipping shit. Yeah. We skipped the tongue and the other thing. I don't even remember putting them there, but something inside of me must have known I'd need them. I whip them out and start toward the rope, snapping the blades around the fibers. God damn it. But my finger muscles ache and shake, and I can't seem to find enough strength to apply the necessary force, even as I chop and twist. Shit, they're getting closer. Almost to the water now. I'm like a hungry wave spilling over the edge of a bucket. Shit. That's when Genzo's hand comes around mine, encasing them like a baseball glove and pressing. I wince as the handle of the scissors bites into my palms and fingers. But the additional force seems to be working, as first one fiber snaps, then another. And then, with a whip-like lash, the blades chop through the remaining sinews, sending the ends of the rope flying. And the two of us careen backwards, hard, into the side of the boat. I feel a whoosh of air escape from my lungs upon impact, though I avoid the brunt of the hit thanks to Genzo's shoulder. The boat rocks, bobs, and begins drifting away from the dock. I see those things gather on the pier, reaching and moaning at us, but there's nothing else they can do. Already too far away. Thank fucking God. I glance down. Genzo's arms are tight around me. I can feel his face press into my back. I jerk away. Now that we're no longer running for our lives, the anger has rekindled itself in my belly. I could have handled that myself, I snap. Genzo blinks at me for a moment, then narrows his eyes. Wow, sorry for trying to make sure we don't get killed. He nurses his shoulder with a wince, his face tired. Well, that fucking hurt. I bring my hand up, revealing the deep red grooves decorating my palms. Genzo's hands widen in disbelief. Would you have rather that your hands... would you have preferred that to get your hands eaten off? What the actual fuck is wrong with you, Iggs? Maybe I'm just sick and tired of you pushing your way in when you're not wanted. You ever thought about that? And then, because I've apparently lost all ability to stop myself at this point, and you're always touching me. Does touching me get you off? Is that it? Why are you being so mean, Yolato? Excuse me, I have no control of what he says, except when I do. This is not one of those moments, buddy. Genzo's pupils go pinprick sized. His face turns red. Oh, that is fucking it. He pounces. If you're not Iggy, why does he sound like you? Because I'm reading the lines, you doofus! And we both go down. He lands a nice shiner right on my shiner. A nice shiner right on my shin that makes my head spin. That's almost like a damn, rhyme scheme. And I respond with a punch of my own across his eye. His hands find my throat as mine find his hair, and we both go rolling. First he gets on top, then me, surprisingly. He lands a knee right up in my crotch that brings tears to my eyes, and I follow up by wrenching his hair back so hard a solid handful comes in my hands. This takes him out of commission long enough that I'm able to clamber back on top. And I reel my fist back, teeth clenched. Fine, I like you, okay? I stop. And I stare down at him. He's not looking at me. Instead, his gaze pointed guiltily towards the side and his eyes bristling with tears. And I feel my fist unclench. Picture. And maybe I do like touching you. Fuck, he winces. But I've never thought or expected you would like me back. I just Just don't want to see you get hurt. He bites down on his lip, eyes tight. So I know the thumbnail should be Iggy punching the shit out of me? Okay, first of all, where do you think I have the artistic skill to make that happen? We just lie there, not saying anything. Genzo still refuses to look up at me, or to just look at him. I finally let my fist fall. Why? Why does this always have to happen? Sorry, I just really fucked things up, didn't I? Genzo laughs, but I can hear the crackle of phlegm in his throat. I sit back and rub at my face. My insides are twisting uncomfortably. Maybe in another time, maybe if I'd had time to process everything, had time to work through my feelings, I might have felt differently. But right now, everything's coming too fast, too all at once. First Gidget, now Genzo. There's too much pressure. Even in this boat, with the wide night sky stretching out above us, I can feel the walls closing in. I just want to be alone. I crawl away, toward the far end of the boat, and wrap my arms around my knees. I need some time to myself, okay? Yeah, sure. I hear Genzo's voice catch. I bury my face into my knees and close my eyes, shutting everything out. Only took us about to beat his ass to admit that. To be fair, though, he's been a little bit of a dickhead all this time. So, fair. I like you. Okay, boss, I'm drinking emo. Shut up. You always just have to say some ridiculous shit, don't you? Viewbot. Oh, heavens above. I'm trying to rip, like, whatever's left of this chicken off. The, like, bone. It's kind of not working out. I'm like a little hyena. Nom nom nom. Okay, I'll stop fucking around with this thing. Sorry? Yeah, you better be sorry. How beautiful. Sure thing. We float across the water all night. We don't talk. Eventually, I curl up with my head on a pile of rigging, hugging my arms to my chest to ward off the chill. Genzo takes the opposite side of the boat, facing away from me and using his hat as a pillow. I spend who knows how many hours staring up at the stars, my insides dancing a nauseating rhythm. And all these people doing these things for me that I never asked them to do. Wanting things from me that I was never prepared to give. And I bring a hand to my chest. The stain on my shirt has grown hard and crusty, and the pain has morphed into a raw ache that mimics the one in my gut. It's not even that I couldn't even ever see myself being with someone. That I don't crave touch sometimes. The warm and soft kind, just holding me, that closeness. But the thought of what comes with it terrifies me. They'll want things from me. Want things that I won't be able to give. At least not until I'm ready. If I'll ever even be ready. Gidget was already evidence enough. Genzo would inevitably want it too. I close my eyes, stomach burning with something that's not quite anger and not quite not. Why do they have to put me in these kind of situations? I let out the breath I hadn't even realized I'd been holding. Then I feel myself drift off to sleep. When I creak my bleary eyes open again to take in the sun and the horizon, all I see is a wide swath of blue as far as the eye can see. Genzo's already up, staring out across the water as cigarette smoke marbles above his head. He looks tired, and when he sees me awake, he tries to smile at first, then simply goes back to staring. I don't miss him lighting up another as soon as he finishes the first, nor the way his fingers shake around the paper. We take turns rowing using a set of boars we find lying at the bottom of the boat. I'm unsure if it does anything, but at least it feels more productive than sitting there twiddling our thumbs. We don't speak about what happened, and that would be too real. Instead, we sit mostly in silence, rowing, resting, watching the sun rise overhead, then begin its slow descent back down. The sky has just started to turn a soft shade of pink when Genzo makes a noise. Poor Genzo. You know, this is gonna be like a weird thing to say, but I see almost in every one of these characters, I see a piece of myself. Is that a weird thing to say? Like, there are emotions and feelings and things that I relate to a lot. Yes, we are judging you. Okay, judge as you will then. The sky just started to turn a soft shade of pink as Genzo makes a noise. He points in the direction we're floating. Spires on the horizon. Land. A smile in spite of myself. Thank fucking God. We both set to rowing now, anxious to get back on solid ground. The floating spires turn out to be attached to a castle, a large castle. And as we row closer, it looms all the larger. Soaring walls, giant towers, twisting walkways, and glittering red peaks. This must be the castle Gidget mentioned. Orlim's castle. Damn, it really is huge. Something about the towering presence makes me feel incredibly small. There's a scraping rumble beneath us, and the boat slows to a stop. We've hit land. There's no dock or pier here. Instead, the lake simply glides up against the bank, almost like some kind of grassy beach. We hop out of the boat into the ankle-deep water and drag it the rest of the way. If you want a real answer, then yeah, it's pretty normal. You're not relating to the weird part, right? You worry too much, Viewbot. You worry too much. My feet squish inside my shoes. Squish, squish. It's getting pretty dark now, and I'm not too keen on walking around this place at night. We should get to the castle. Wait, you actually want to go to that place? Genzo blinks incredulously. Where else would we go? Gidget said Orlam lives there. Damn. I find myself waiting for Genzo to... I'm sorry, just that... Damn. Just that's it. Damn. I find myself waiting for Genzo to follow this up with something smart, but he doesn't, instead letting it drift off into silence. So I lead us up the hill and in the direction of the building we saw earlier. It's not far. Already I can see what looks like fishing shacks just up the bend. My nose is getting stuffy. And past that, a cobblestone road leading into the town proper. The place looks deserted. We follow the road toward what seems to be the center of town, more and more buildings lining our either side. But even here, the paths remain empty, and the windows of the buildings are dark. The only thing is the fountain in the middle of the square, tinkling. I look left, right, searching down the neighboring streets. Beside me, Genzo has his hands shoved in his pockets, and simply stands there, shuffling his feet. Fortunately, I can still make out the castle on the horizon, even against a darkening sky. I toss a finger towards it. I guess we just keep going that way. Works for me. And so we carry on, past the buildings, following the road out of town, and up along the path leading towards the castle gates. I see what looks like twin guard posts come into view as we grow near. They sit on either side of the entrance to a bridge that connects the other side of a moat and castle gardens beyond. Two rabbit guards with spears appear to be manning them. Genzo comes to a stop next to me. This suddenly seems like a really bad idea. You didn't think a castle would have you didn't think a castle would have guards? I feel my brow arc. Yeah, sure, but not our friends, the homicidal rabbit fiends. Genzo's hands splay out in exasperated emphasis. My mind goes back to Gidget and what she'd said in the inn. I guess Orlam commands them? This is his castle, after all. And the fact that they tried to kill us earlier doesn't worry you at all? Genzo takes a step backwards. Come on, Ace. This is really starting to give me a bad feeling. The closer we get to this eyesore, the more I feel like I want to hurl. I'm not leaving until we see Orlam. I didn't come all this way and through all of that. I gestured in the general direction of the lake, just to leave before we've even gotten any answers. And with that, I begin walking purposefully toward the bridge and the rabbit guards. Genzo brings his hands to his hat, fingers curling in the fabric. Then he lets out a nervous whine, almost like some kind of confused puppy, before jogging after me. The closer I get to the rabbits, the taller they seem. Until once I'm standing in front of them, they loom over me like skyscrapers. And they look down at me with twin looks of a bemused confusion. I open my mouth, close it. My earlier gumption seems to have disappeared completely, and I'm suddenly reminded of my encounter with the woman in Orlam's apartment. Genzo shuffles up next to me with a huff as I lift a hand to scratch my cheek. Hello? We're, here to see Orlam? The rabbits stare at us a moment longer, before erupting with laughter. Did you hear that? They're here to see the king! Awfully ballsy for a couple of pipsqueaks. To the one on the left leans over almost patronizingly. You think you can just waltz up here and get yourself an audience with the most powerful man in the land? The other brings his hand to his hip. Yeah, you're lucky we don't arrest you right now for even suggesting it. Beat it, squirts. This makes my eyes burrow. We're his friends. He knows us. I feel my fist start to clench in frustration. Oh, he knows you, does he? He knows everyone in the kingdom. He's the king, after all. You must think pretty highly of yourself to suggest His Royal Highness would even speak to the disgusting little thing like you, let alone want to fraternize. Know your place, Gelato. The one on the left emphasizes this with a sharp poke of the butt of his spear right in my stomach, as I lurch forward with an oomph. Yeah, look at this homely little rat. The other one grabs a hunk of my hair, jerking my head upward painfully. What is this, a walking corpse? The slop in the breakfast frost has more than life than this. The first rabbit grabs Genzo by the collar and lifts him in the air. Sit down, little guy. Shut up. And this one's been at the trough too long. Both rabbits erupt in another fit of laughter. We're telling the truth. Just ask the overweening slime ball in there. The rabbits holding my hair give it another yank that make my eyes water, then pose them in close, clicking his tongue against his teeth. And waste his time? Nah, the closest thing you'll get to His Majesty is on his plate. The other rabbit begins looking Genzo up and down, his nose twitching. I was gonna suggest we toss him in the stalls, but now I'm starting to think we keep him ourselves. After all, there's no need to bother His Majesty with every upstart we have to deal with. Not a bad idea. What His Majesty doesn't know can't hurt him, and it's been a while since I've had a treat. He's so close now. His breath is fogging up my glasses. I can feel my ears pricking up in my chest. And then the anger bubbling and frothing. I jerk forward, attempting to wrest myself free from the rabbit's grip, attempting to throw punches at the front of his slick white armor. You let us go right fucking now. Do you hear me, you big furry galuga? Oh, this one's damn, this one's feisty. The rabbit responds by lifting me clear off my feet via my hair. I let out an undignified squeak. The pain, it shoots straight down and through my scalp like a knife, sending tears to my eyes as my feet spin uselessly. He watches me for a second in my struggle. Yeah, I'm gonna enjoy this one. Been way too long since I've got into play. Iggy? I hear Genzo's voice shake. The rabbit holding him responds by giving him a fierce shake that sends his head rocking. Don't worry, you'll get plenty of attention too. I have always liked a little meat on my toys. Fuck. I throw another useless punch. Another useless kick. My entire head feels like it's on fire, and the tears are now dribbling freely down my cheeks. What's all the commotion at the gate? What's going on here? A staticky voice suddenly bites through the air. The rabbits drop us instantly and jump to attention. Neither one of us moves, simply eyeing each other nervously. Even the other one lifts a hiss. Even finally, the one on the left hisses. Answer it! Why do I have to be the one to? Are you even listening to me? I asked what's going on. The voice crackles to life again. It seems to be coming from the guard post on the right. The second rabbit cringes and dashes off. He picks up what looks like a small receiver off the inside wall of the outpost. Nothing important, Your Majesty. Just two nobodies trying to get in the castle. We've placed them under arrest and we'll take them to the stalls immediately. There's a pause. Then, trying to get in the castle? Now that's a rare one. Who are they? Is this what it's like when I call you Gelato? When you call me Gelato. I don't know what you mean by that. Is this what it's like when I call you Gelato? I guess. I'll just say I guess. The rabbit looks back at us, lying on the ground. He raises a brow. There's a short, round one and a sticky, sickly one, Your Majesty, sir. Another pause. Then, those are my guests. You're to bring them inside immediately. If the rabbit could have gone white, he would have. His face twists. When he turns to look at the other rabbit, he looks similarly distressed. Of course, right away, Your Majesty. And you two? Come to my room. Ortiz passed him over to my attendants. It seems we need to have a little chat. The line goes quiet. And the rabbit hangs the receiver back up with a nervous twitch. He walks back over to us, face grim. One day you're gonna teach me how to read? Don't worry, what are you talking about? It's not my fault you don't know how to fucking write! Where to escort you inside? This way, please. Genzo pushes himself to his feet, dusting off his knees with a little grunt. That's more like it. You're the problem? Exactly. Then we fall and step behind them, eyes wide and searching as we were led across the bridge and through the grounds to the castle beyond. Okay, we still got like 15 minutes left. I got separated from Genzo at some point. One moment we're walking behind a set of attendants down a wide hall lined with stained glass windows. Then the next another attendant appears and leads Genzo away, down a different corridor. All I can do is shoot him a look of confusion as my own attendants usher me further along the red carpet and toward an ornately marbled atrium. From there, I'm seen to by what seems to be the castle doctor, an older rabbit in a white coat and glasses. He cleans up the wounds on my shoulder and stitches the hole closed in what could to be more than 15 minutes. His large furry hands strangely nimble as they work the dark stitches in and out. I spend most of those minutes staring at the far wall, so I don't have to see the needle pointing at my skin. Braver than me, bro. I'd be looking in the completely opposite direction of the wound. I'd twist my head around. I'm not handling anything needly going in me. Once he's finished, I've got a wad of gauze med tape across my chest. I find myself being led around once again. Always through arching hallways with ceilings that take my breath away and past giant paintings and sculptures ornate enough to make the artist back in our world blush. I find myself a bit awestruck by the whole affair, and the attendants more than once have to clear their throats to get me moving when I stop to stare or oogle at something breathtaking. Before long, however, we make it to our next destination, which, as it turns out, is a bath. I'm guided into the most magnificent bathing room I've ever seen in my life. It's huge and round and brilliantly gilded, an enormous mirror that taking up the entire length of the ceiling. Well, this is new. we were not taken to this before. And at its swimming pool-sized bathtub, and at its center is a swimming pool-sized bathtub lined with bubbling jet and water squirting fish. Gelato's bathroom's bigger. My attendant hands me a set of plush towels, bows, then leaves the room. I stand there a moment, unsure what to do. Then turn towards the bath. Holy fuck. I let out a breath and hear it whistle between my teeth. With a shake of my head, I finally snap myself out of it, then slip off my shoes and pad toward the edge. I wonder if we're getting a better treatment, probably because we were nice in this loop toward Orlam. He's probably like, fat one, send him to the shower, in the damn small bath, but the skinny one, you give him the big one. Give him the big bath. With a shake of my head, I finally snap myself out of it, then slip off my shoes and pad towards the edge. I kneel down and dig a finger into the water to test it. Hot, but not too hot. Just right. And the smell is heavenly, like a warm hug marbling up through my nose and lungs. I shrug myself out of my clothes quickly after that, then slide in. The feel of the water on my skin is indescribable. In fact, at that moment, I wouldn't even hesitate to call it the most amazing thing I've ever felt in my life. I glide toward the middle of the bath, sinking down to my neck in the ambrosial fluid, and let out a sigh that seems to last a million years. This is the life. My gaze goes towards the overhead mirror, and I cock my head in amusement. Not looking too shabby. I guess even the mirrors here make you feel like $1,000,000. The sound of the door opening jolts me from my gratuitous self-study, and I turn to see a rabbit attendant leading in a man and a woman wearing nothing but bathrobes. My hand goes immediately between my legs, and I take an awkward step back, nearly slipping beneath the water. His Majesty has prepared bathers to help you wash. You may choose whichever you prefer, or both if you wish. The attendant gestures towards the duo next to him. My brows must reach towards the roof. I look back and forth between the man and the woman, neither one of whom are looking at me. They're both gorgeous, though, clearly having been chosen for their looks. The man tall and chiseled, and the woman with a sizable bust and flowing hair reaching toward her waist. Well, I suppose our boy, quote-unquote, Orlam, he really is taking advantage of his kingliness. The poor people, though, I don't imagine any of them want to be here. I suddenly realize what this is. My tongue seems stuck to the roof of my mouth. I don't really need any bathers, I'm fine on my own. I scratch awkwardly at the back of my head. The attendant looks confused, turns from me to the two at his side, then back to me. Are you sure? They will attend to your every need. I feel my face heating up. I don't have any needs to be attended to. It's fine. Very well then. I shall let His Majesty know. He gives a swift set of claps with his hands to get the bathers moving, then leads them back out the door. Once they're gone and I hear the door click, the click of the door, I let out the air I've been unconsciously holding and sit down in the water. This is awkward. I blow out a stream of bubbles, watching them dance and pop in the water's surface. Fortunately, the rest of the bath goes by without interruption. I find a tray of soaps and shampoos next to one of the larger fish statues and use them to clean myself up, enjoying the tingly feeling on my scalp as I scrub my fingers through my hair. After a few laps pretending I'm a mermaid, I'm a merman, I take a short 5-minute nap in one of the lounge chairs, molded in the side of the pool, then finally decide I've had enough and push myself back up and onto the tile, wrapping the towel around my midsection. Almost as if on cue, a trio of rabbit attendants enter the room and quickly usher me through a nearby door and into the ornate vanity room. I am seated on a plush throne in front of a giant mirror, where I'm given full pampering treatment. Powder, blow dry, curl, hell, they even trim some of my split ends. Once this is finished, I'm guided towards the set of standing mirrors, where another rabbit with a bundle of pins in his mouth is waiting with a measuring tape. He snaps the tape up and down my legs, across my arms, across my waist, all of it practiced and efficient and done in about 60 seconds. Then it's on the move again, this time into another room filled with pillows and cushions and blankets, even a few stuffed bears. Soft, relaxing music is playing from somewhere, and I sniffed what smells like incense drifting out from a small glowing bulb. What is going on? This is definitely a lot more pampering and whatnot. Until your suit is ready, my attendant says, as though this is somehow self-explanatory, before bowing and once again exiting the room. My suit? But he's already gone. So instead, I wander toward the giant pile of cushions and fall down into it with a soft swoosh. This has now officially been the strangest experience of my life. Yeah, I'd say so too. I stare up at the ceiling, then crawl up my elbows and grab one of the bears, holding it in my lap as I peruse the rest of the room. To the right, I spy fancy gold leaf trays filled with chocolates, fruits, and cakes. And to the left, buckets of ice with an assortment of wines, champagnes, and brandies. Hell yeah, brother. Don't mind if I do. As I pour myself some wine and lie back with a small plate full of cake balanced on my chest, my mind goes to Genzo. I wonder if he's being given the same royal treatment as me. Probably not. Then twinge of shame, admittedly. I'm glad they separated us. Not only because of how awkward things became between us, but also now that I know that for some reason my gaze falls to my toweled legs, currently laying splayed out across the cushions. The growl of discomfort returns to my belly, and I instinctively bring my legs together. Yeah, that had been for the best. Not that I think Genzo would. But then again, Gidget. My mind goes back to her naked shoulders. I bring a hand to my face, rubbing my eyes. The anger is twisting and coiling in my belly again. I take an extra large quaff of wine to quell it. 10 or so minutes later, my attendants return, one of them with a black suit draped across his arms. Damn, that was quick, I chuckle in spite of myself. Alright, 282. Now you remember? Then I'm led for a final time back to the mirrors, where I'm fitted into the suit like a glove, seams crisp and snappy and tie smooth down my front. Damn. I stare at myself in the mirror, twist to get a look at the back. I look good, which is something I'm not sure I've ever thought about myself, to be honest. Just looking at myself gives me a weird sense of joy and pride. I look at my hair. I smooth my hair back, put my hands on my hips, smile at myself in the mirror. My self-oogling session is cut short, however, when my attendant clears his throat. Shall we go then? Go? Go where? I turn away from the mirror. Why, to the ball, of course. It's already begun. Ball? What ball? But I'm not given an answer. Instead, my attendant takes me by the arm and leads me toward the doors, clearly hoping to get me there quickly. All I can do is gulp as I watch the scenery pass by, a big cold stone growing in my gut. Parties. Why does it always have to be parties? Extravagance, that's why. Presenting Ignatius Walter Maxwell. Maxwell, and like the first thing that popped into my mind was that damn cat. I instinctively shrink in on myself. Did they really need to say my whole name like that? My cheeks feel about 100 degrees, and already driblets of sweat are working down my freshly clean cheeks. The size of the ballroom doesn't help. It's absolutely enormous, and bright, so fucking bright. Every single inch of it gleams with gold and silver, glittering 12-tier chandeliers hanging from the ceiling and lifting music drifting from a string quartet in a corner. And the people! There's so many of them, all dressed to the nines with gorgeous dresses and lashing tuxedos. Hey, to the nines! It's the thing! Leonardo DiCaprio meme of him like holding the damn drink in his hand and pointing at the screen. And upon my triumphant entrance, every single pair of eyes turned straight toward me. I really wanted to disappear inside the collar of my suit. This is too much. Way too much. Already I can feel my chest grow tight, fuzzy dots dancing across my eyes. Come along now. My attendant tugs me forward, but my legs feel like they are made of jelly and they refuse to move. I think I need a minute. My breath is coming out faster and faster. Fuck, I'm passing out. Until... My dear friend! The familiar voice makes my head pop and I see the crowd of people part, forming an aisle leading straight from the grand throne in the back of the room. And there, walking down the aisle, hands outstretched in welcome, is our lamb. And this shall be where we end this one, because it is 4 hours. Perfect timing, right? I do have a few thoughts before we part ways. Don't scream in my chat. 1. I am interested in the comment that Gidget made when Gidget refused her, where she was like, I hate this, I hate that, I hate all this, right? Because I do remember that according to, in that one scene where Iggy was shouting at Gidget for winning the competition, that he called her like boyish or looking like a boy. And that was an interesting comment, considering her being like, I hate this hair, she hates her boobs, she hates wearing a dress. An interesting thing. I don't know if that means anything. It could just be me thinking a little too much, but it could mean something. You never know. The other thing I wanted to mention, what was it? It was somewhere in my mind. Never mind, I think that was it. I think that was literally just it. I feel like I had another thing in my mind, but I may be misremembering. So far, things didn't exactly go good. We got Gidget killed. Again, we killed her this time. When are the guards gonna let the rabbit have his pee break? I don't know. Honestly. That one... It does get me curious. Like, man, are we just gonna have to see this guy get his, like, brains bashed in every time? Just because his buddy decided to go and take a piss break? Well, that is that. What else had happened? Let me recount what has happened. We went through the flashback. We finished a flashback. We went down into Wonderland. Got angry a lot. We spent basically a lot of the choices that we made throughout this arc have to do with basically defending Orlam, essentially, right? Some of them were about either being calmer with Genzo or a lot more pissy with him or poking fun at him. There's also, obviously, our decision that we made when we were in the room with Gidget, which was also a defend or not defend Orlam moment. And what else? Any other choices along the way? Not really. That was quite a bit, though. I do wonder how the rest of this arc is gonna go. Because it always does end with Buxley, which, you know, it is what it is. Orlam does seem to have treated our boy a lot more well this time around. Like I said, my guess is that, hey, we were treating him nice in the overworld, and now he's like, oh, my friend, I'm gonna make sure he gets all the good stuff. You wonder if I'm gonna go through everything faster next loop? Probably not. Anyhow, I bid thee farewell, my kindred. I hope you all have a great rest of your mornings, afternoons, evenings, and nights, wherever you are. There is somebody we shall raid, so stick around, just for a little bit, and we shall raid. May the gods bless you. May the stars shine in your honor, and all that good stuff. I forgot which is the raid button. Here we go. You're outside my house? That is a little frightening. Don't do anything weird out there. Alright, I shall see you all in the next one. I'll probably play this game again. Probably, you know, the day after tomorrow. So. Hold on. Yeah, okay. I'm doing this right. I'll see you all around. Bye-bye.